And we welcome you to our game of the week. Raines and Bulls already underway. Early kickoff. And the Bulldogs and Vikings, two of the most successful programs in the city and the state. And getting things underway here early. Cole Pepper along with Justin Barney. And what a way to kick off the season here with these two powerhouse programs.
Cole, just unbelievable matchup in week one, no less. We've seen so many of these games, you and I together. I'm ready for this one, I tell you.
We'll tell you more about these teams as the game unfolds. For now, Raines has the football, 3rd and 11 for the Vikings on their initial possession. Timothy Cole, the quarterback. The Reebok transfer, and cannot connect with his intended target, Caleb Lampkins, but there is a penalty marker on the play.
Interested in seeing this Raines team, Cole, because a lot of these guys have not played together before. This is the first game for a lot of these guys, come over from different schools, coming up through the Raines program, and will be interesting to see if that inexperience or unfamiliarity pays anything off tonight.
So a sideline warning on the Bulls side, but let's take another look at that 3rd down play. One of the players we'll be focusing on for Raines is number 65, Solomon Thomas. Maybe the best football player in the area, regardless of positions, a guy who can play tackle and guard and is regarded as one of the best offensive linemen in all of high school football in the entire country. We'll get into his story here in just a bit. But for now, after the incomplete pass, Eddie Hinton on to punt it away for Raines on their first possession. And fair catch called for and taken by the Bulldogs. And that is Naeem Burrows, the wide receiver on the return. And the Bulldogs will take over with 10:16 to play here in the first quarter. We will be bringing you high school football games all year long. And Justin, this is an amazing way to start it. You mentioned you have covered a lot of these. I have broadcast a lot of these games between Raines and Bolles. 14 state championships between these two programs. Bolles has won the last 5 meetings, including 3 straight playoff games against Raines. And the Bulldogs with Ethan Drum at quarterback to start the first drive of the regular season for Bolles. They will hand it off. Emmett Grisbin, one of 2 backs that will be utilized by Matt Toblin's team, and a decent carry on first down for Grisbin, who last year ran for over 1,100 yards.
He was a banger in the middle of that line. And with Ty Neal in the backfield, too, I like this Bulls running game. I know the passing attack will get a lot of airtime here tonight, but that ground game is sharp.
Drum from the shotgun on 2nd down. Tried to get it out in the flat to Grisbin. Could not connect. Grisbin and Ty Neal together in their careers for Bulls, 3,653 rushing yards, and both have their senior season still in front of them here. So these are 2 very accomplished running backs. There are 2 very good receivers as well on this team. Burrows we mentioned, as well as Chase Collier. This is an expected to be an explosive Bulls offense. And you can make the case that this is Matt Toblin's best Bulls team, and it is almost undoubtedly Donovan Maslin's best Raines team.
No question on that, Cole. No question.
3rd and 4. Quick throw out to the left and through the hands of the intended target, Corbin Fordham. Next in the line of Fordham boys, Todd Fordham, the former Jaguar and Seminole. He has been populating some rosters in high school football, first at Ponte Vedra, now at Bolles. And Fordham, who is a junior, a multifaceted weapon, according to Matt Toblin, couldn't haul it in. So 3 and out on both sides, and the punt coming up for the Bulldogs. And Ethan Drum, the quarterback, will handle the punting duties, but first, a timeout, which gives us a chance to talk a little bit more about the significance of this game. And though it is early, it does certainly set a tone for both of these programs, who both have very difficult schedules ahead of them.
You look at a bowl schedule, what they always play year in and year out. Last year, bowl season was really rocked by inconsistency, 5-5 in the regular season. But the thing about that last year's bowl team, all those guys from that team last year who took their lumps, they're back this year, and big things expected. And Raines is Raines. You mentioned Donovan Maslin, this being his best team. I don't even think there's a question about that. All the guys he brought back, the Solomon Thomas, the Giant Simon, those guys. But can they get past this history between Raines and Bolles? And Bolles certainly has held a serve in this history for quite some time.
And what you notice on that list of games we just showed you, of those 20 games since 2001, half of them have been decided by one score or less. And if you go back to 2011, the 13 most recent games, 8 of those 13 have been one-score games. So expect this one to be a tight one throughout.
You look back at that 2011 game, Cole, 26-21 Raines win. Ended a 91-game district winning streak of Bolles that started way back when. Still a state record. I don't think it will ever be touched. And Raines did that. So impressive for Raines to get that one there, and really kind of reignited this rivalry.
If you want to follow the game within the game, keep an eye on 65, Solomon Thomas for Raines. He'll play left tackle for the most part, might play a little guard as well. Timothy Cole breaking tackles up the middle, has the first down inside the 35 to the 33-yard line.
Good run by Timothy Cole. We saw him at Ribault quite a bit last year. He was a spark for the Trojans. He is now in the Viking crimson and white, and we see right there that explosive capability that he brings to this offense.
Over 660 career rushing yards for Cole. Now he'll hand it off around the edge. Not much doing, coming to the near side. And that is Jamarcus Giscombe, a sophomore listed as an athlete, and they have high expectations for the impact he can make.
You know, we talked to Donovan Maslin this week. He raved about his receivers, how big those guys are. Said about an average size, about 6'1" across his 6 receivers deep. And he is a guy that was mentioned yesterday by Donovan.
Cole to throw on second down. Has some time and able to connect. Here's Giscombe along the sidelines. He'll have a first down. And the Vikings on the move here in the first quarter.
Good throw by Cole again to Giscombe. And Giscombe, one of these smaller range receivers, but a great slot kind of guy there. We've seen him go back-to-back 2 plays in a row to Giscombe. And Rick Wells, former range receiver, working with those guys there.
Guy with pretty good pedigree, went on to Gainesville. And, well, was he tough to cover in high school? I saw a lot of his games in high school, and now he's passing on what he learned to these young receivers. Donovan Maslin said they've got 6 guys, and none of them cares who gets the ball. It's a very unselfish group. That was Tadarius Washington, one of 3 running backs we're figuring to see quite a bit of from the Vikings, the shiftier of the 3. Washington again running in the middle. Did not get far. Davis Roberts in there for the tackle. This Bolles team graduated their top 6 defensive linemen, and considering they play a 3-man front, that basically means the whole 2 deep is new this year.
And one of those big guys, Garrison Butler, he's playing in big-time ball up at Cincy right now, and he was a multi-year starter. Guys like that just do not grow on trees here at Bolles.
3rd and 5, big down here for Raines, trying to draw first blood in the first game of the season. Cole looking, throws for the end zone, and this one is caught for a touchdown. Adron Walker with the first score of the game, and the Vikings are out on top.
Great pass from Cole to Adron Walker. That's his 3rd different receiver he hit on this drive. Not any kind of consistency issues here. He looks sharp. He's running the ball well, spreading out the passes to his receivers. Vikings showing Bolles something a little bit different than they saw in the playoffs last year.
Last year, a 14-7 win for the Bulldogs. So Raines, with the extra point, can match their point total, but they miss the extra point. Jonathan Downer Barrett The left footer misses, so it's a 6-0 Raines lead 5 minutes into this first quarter.
You look at this, and how about this high school sports? We are all in to this coverage all season long. You can stay connected to the high school sports in the area with our Varsity 4 podcast. Each week, Sponge Franklin and I bring you high school football analysis, game previews, and local insight that you can only find here. The Varsity 4 podcast. Check that out under the sports tab on newsforjacks.com or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Always love to hear from Sponge.
It's always good rapping with Sponge. It's always good. That great 7-on-7 knowledge and a lot of local football knowledge from our boy Sponge Franklin.
Anytime Raines and Bulls get together, particularly when the game is at Bulls, you have a huge contingency from Raines come over, including the band. And the Raines band might be the loudest high school band I've ever heard. They get the brass going, particularly when the Vikings are on the run. Here is the kickoff. And Bulls will take it. And there's a seam. Down the far sideline and pushed out of bounds is Chase Collier, the senior receiver. Gives the Bulldogs great field position after Raines scored. Special teams, something you always wonder about early in the season.
And good run there from Chase. Saw Naeem on the earlier drive back there, but Chase Collier, another guy who was going to be back there with Naeem this season, returning kicks. And Chase, a former Raines player, as a freshman, he's over there at Bulls now.
A Baylor commit. Last year, 571 yards receiving. He needs 214 yards receiving to hit 1,000 for his career. Keep an eye on those. If he gets it today, that would be a huge accomplishment. Drum with the quick throw. Caught out between the numbers and the hash mark by Burrows. And Naeem Burrows with the catch for Bulls.
Love Naeem Burrows. His older brother Quincy played at Raines. He's now up at Wisconsin, and a little bit of bragging rights between those two guys on the line tonight. Quincy's a Raines guy through and through, said he wants Naeem to have a good game, but he is pulling for the Vikings tonight.
Split allegiances only go so far. Here's Drum handing it off. And not a lot of room on the right side for the Bulldogs this time. On 2nd and 1.
Jay-Sean Wanton with the tackle there. And, man, this defensive front of Raines, big, quick, fast. Giant Simon, the big cat, in there as well. 6'3", 282 pounds. He's a guy we are going to call his name quite a bit this season. But good to see the Raines secondary and linebackers attacking that ball right there.
There are some stars on this Raines defense. You mentioned Gion, a Rutgers commit. Now on 3rd and 1 from the shotgun. Drum will take it himself. Beg your pardon, that was Grisbin in the Wildcat. And Grisbin is dropped for a short loss. So it'll be 4th and 2, and an interesting decision here for Matt Toblin.
Troy Butler came up and made that play. Also, Jay-Sean Wanton there again as well. So that Raines defense, they are fast, quick, attacking, and to drag Grisbin down there, he's a big boy.
So an opportunity to talk about this one. Raines taking a timeout, going to consider their approach here. Donovan Maslin, who has, talk about being a Raines guy through and through, played at Raines, was an assistant coach, and now has taken over as the head coach of his high school alma mater. Played his college ball at Alabama State, where he was a track star as well as a football star. Played for Reggie Barlow, the former Jaguar at Alabama State.
He did. We had a chance to talk to Donovan. I saw him yesterday at Raines, and just sitting in the Raines locker room and all that prestige and history. Donovan a part of that as a player. He was on the team in 2005 that beat Bulls for one of the first times, and he was a coordinator on the state championship teams for Raines, which won back-to-back titles under Duran Wiley's guidance in 2017 and 18.
Once again on 4th and 2, Grisbin lining up, and they're trying to draw Raines off sides, and that's exactly what happens with the Wildcat formation. And they'll get Bolles the first down the easy way.
Bolles so good at this. A Matt Toblin coach team. I saw this play so many times when Craig Howard was at Nice, and Matt Toblin in that Craig Howard coaching tree. You can always count on that. The 4th and 1, 4th and 2 plays where they line up, you know they're going to draw them off sides, attempt to draw them off sides. I cannot believe how many times I've seen that play work in high school football.
So a first down for Bolles with under 5 minutes to play in the first quarter. Drum fakes to Grisbin. Swings it out wide, and Burrows makes the catch for a short, beg your pardon, that's Chase Collier with the catch for a short gain. So far, it's pretty apparent that Bolles wants to see how much they can get in terms of pass protection against this very good Raines defense in front. A lot of play action and short passes so far for Ethan Drum.
Seen a lot of these corners and safeties coming up and make tackles. Charles Dawson in on that tackle for Raines.
2nd and 5. And Drum gives it to Grisbin. And able to get a couple over the left side. Gerard Smith jumping off the pile. And he was not alone. King Massey, the defensive end. Another guy who's been looked at by a lot of schools, has offers from UConn, FAU, Howard, Navy, West Georgia. We will continue to detail some of the stars on this Raines defense as the game goes on. Already some big plays being made. 3rd and 3 now for Bolles. Drum in the shotgun once again, as you can see. And he'll hand it off. Grisbin has the first down inside the 20.
Nearly took that one to the house. Great run by Emmett there. Glad they're playing this game at Bolles just simply for the reason for the turf field tonight. If you're playing this game on a Duval County field that has not been restored yet, like Raines has not, we've seen a lot of Duval County programs get those beautiful new turf fields. Raines has not yet. I wonder how that field would have held up after that onslaught of rain today. So good to have it on the artificial surface tonight for both these teams.
A couple of years ago, the Bold City Showcase played at Raines under some torrential conditions. Actually got the games in, so this field drains very well. Grisbin again running left, has some blockers. Flag thrown in at the end. Probably a hold here, but the Bulldogs starting to churn up some yardage on the ground.
Going to be a hold on Chase Collier when this is whistled in from here. Great block by Chase, but I think he was holding on to a little too much jersey.
Wide receiver on the edge. Take a look at number 2 there at the top of your screen. That's where the flag came in. So that erases a good run by Grisbin.
Size of this Bolles offensive line. I know you may not be able to see it on television here, but that is a massive group of young men out there on the field. And you see the guys in this Raines defensive line is no slouch either, and Bolles is being able to move them with a little bit of ease here early on.
On average, 6'3", 278 for this group, and Cameron Sharp is the little guy at 240. Everybody else 270 plus along that offensive front for the Bulldogs. Grisbin, not much room to work with on the left side, running behind Sharp and J.J. Sparks.
The size of this offensive line, Cole. J.J. Sparks, the big guy on that offensive line, 6'4", 305. He's a junior. Ryan Ingram, 6'2", 270. Caleb Barnes, 6'2", 270. A lot of weight on this offensive line.
Don't leave out Reed Coldbell at 6'5", 305.
This is a big group, and Matt Toblin raved about that offensive line when we had a chance to talk to him the other day, just about how big these guys are and how much he loved these guys blocking for his 2 big backs.
2nd and 8. They keep it on the ground. Grisbin has a seam, has a first down inside the 5-yard line.
Offensive line again clearing out the runway for Emmett there, and no matter the size and the speed of Raines, they are getting moved around by this big offensive line at Bolles. Caleb Barnes with a great block there to spring that hole. Turned his blocker completely around.
Bolles trying to answer the Raines touchdown from the previous drive. As we inch our way toward the end of the first quarter. Burrows here to the near side. They keep it on the ground. Again, Grisbin maybe a yard.
I know it is early in this game, but I want to talk about special teams. We saw Raines miss a PAT. You're kicking on a slick surface. Bolles has got a young special teams guy, too, at kicker. So if this game comes down to a special teams play, how do you like the chances, Cole?
Yeah, it is, as it so often does, particularly early in the season. 2nd and goal from the 4. And a little misdirection, and it's Corbin Fordham who takes it in to tie the game at 6.
Looked like a little bump pass to Corbin Fordham. We called his brother Caden the touchdown vulture. When he was at Bolles, they put him in at the fullback position, and I can't remember how many touchdowns Caden had when he was at Bolles, but he was the vulture. Like Corbin is going to start and continue that trend as well.
His 3rd career varsity touchdown. Had 2 last year, and he starts it off here. And so here is Langston Florence, who kicks it through. The son of Drayton Florence, the former Jaguar, is handling the kicking duties because Luke Stenson is banged up right now. Stenson's a senior and a veteran. Florence, a freshman, makes his first kick in a regular season game for the Bulldogs, and Bolles has a 7-6 lead inside of a minute to play in the 1st.
Great drive by Bolles to answer that. Sustained drive, a lot of that through the ground. And why I like this, Cole, we have a great matchup in week 1 of the season. We're used to seeing Bolles so late in the season face Raines, but our Super 10 teams here, Bolles is 3, Raines is 4. We got 1 and 2, Mandarin and St. Augustine. Both those teams played for state championships last year. Mandarin in the Metro, St. Augustine and Suburban. Of course, we're all back to 1A through 7A this year. Raines, of course, is 4. Barton Trail at 5. They, second year of Corey John Sr., they're up 3-0 against Sumner right now. Riverside, 6. Bradford, 7. Baker County, 8. Creekside, they're at number 1. Mandarin tonight, they're at 9. And Ponte Vedra comes in at number 10. They're at rival Nice tonight.
We'll see Ponte Vedra and Bartram Trail next week. So the Bulldogs answer the Vikings, a 7-6 lead. The difference in the game right now, the missed extra point. We'll keep a close eye on how special teams impacts the opener here. Here's Florence's kickoff, and it's taken at the 15. And Caleb Lampkins brings it out for the Vikings. Well, the Bulldogs answering. See if Raines can keep things going after their strong drive. Saw Xander Edwards down to make the tackle. A freshman for Bolles. And speaking of bloodlines, son of former Jaguar Mark Edwards.
A lot of former pro players with kids on these teams.
Yep, for sure. The Vikings will start from the 32. Their 3rd drive of the quarter. Quick throw out to the right side. And Zion Butler trying to break away. He cannot. Taken down. Troy Holloway was in there to make the tackle. The guy that Matt Toblin said is a real Bolles guy. Great student, hard-nosed, kind of a prototype.
Great season last year for Troy. Kind of the theme of Bolles last year. Young guys playing increased roles. And Troy was one of those young guys. He is back, and he was a great player last year, too.
Quick throw this time, and it's Lampkins with a diving attempt. With 9 seconds remaining in the quarter. Unable to come up with it. Now, a feeling out process to be sure here in the early goings of the opener. And we've seen both teams get into a bit of a rhythm in these last 2 drives.
You got to, if you're Raines, you got to come back, get some stability here, get that consistency, and move that ball down the field.
Cole to throw it across the middle. Lampkins has it, breaks away, still going inside the 20. Down to the 10 and finally wrestled out of bounds by Jalen Ross. There is a big play by Caleb Lampkins, who has been one of the big difference makers in this first quarter for the Vikings.
Is that the fourth different range pass catcher tonight already for the Vikings? I mean, they are spreading this ball around well. Just another weapon here for TJ Cole and Donovan Maslin. Range offense moving the ball down the field. You needed that big answer, and you get it right there.
Well, they'll have an opportunity when the second quarter begins on the doorstep. Vikings and Bulldogs, we have not been disappointed by the opening quarter here in the opening game of the season. You talk about this rivalry, and we asked both coaches what this rivalry meant, and Donovan Maslin said, I describe it as just two competitive schools, two competing programs striving for greatness. I look at it like that. Whether a team's having a great season or not, it's always going to be a great matchup, a great game, and the players are going to come out and give the crowd and the community what they pay to see. That was sort of the PC version, right? And it's true. But he takes this game personally.
Yes, absolutely. I think Donovan and Matt Toblin take this game a little bit personally. Probably the Raines side a little bit more. You feel like you've been overshadowed maybe a little bit, or there's the public-private split between these two. There's always a little bit of that class warfare going on. So I do think that Raines players take this game a little bit more personally, and rightfully so. There's been so many games in this series where they felt that the calls went a certain way that should not have gone a certain way, and I think that it maybe lingers a little bit, Cole.
There is no doubt it is a great tableau of contrast between these two schools. You mentioned public-private, Northwest Jacksonville, San Jose area. Both have been tremendously successful through the years. No doubt about that. Start of the second quarter now, and it'll be first and goal from the 8-yard line. High snap, Cole able to get it, and nothing doing up the middle. That is Tadarius Washington. Ran right into the teeth of that Bulls defense.
Bulls not being moved by this running game of Raines so far. It's been all aerial shows so far for the Vikings, and they are putting it down. How about that play, Ashigato? The freshman Matt Toblin has raved so much about, and I had a chance to catch up with him at the Rivals event, and that is an impressive young man. He may be one of the best players in the class of 2028.
Bull scrambling, under pressure, gets away, and caught. Was he inbounds? Yes! Touchdown, Zion Butler. What a play there by Cole on the scramble, and Butler to keep a foot inbound.
These range receivers are having a field day. Another weapon for Timothy Cole. It's the first time we've called Zion's name tonight. It's not going to be the last. This range offense is humming along. Man, I expect to see a little bit more of the ground game with Solomon Thomas clearing the way, but man, Timothy Cole is finding these receivers like no issue at all. Target practice out there for tonight.
Yeah, Troy Holloway was bearing down on him. Just was able to get it away in time and put it right on the money. So now Raines will go for two. Try to make up for the missed extra point. And Cole will take it himself up the middle, and he is stopped short. MJ Jenkins able to put the stop on. So it is a 5-point game with 11:16 to play before halftime. There's a look at Jenkins, who started his high school career at Episcopal and has already passed AP Calc as a junior.
I don't know if I could spell calculus as a 47-year-old, Cole, let alone pass the course. This is a great time to pump up our News for Jags coverage. Like the Jaguars, they're playing right now as well on Friday night up in Atlanta, up 14-0 against the Falcons. But Jaguar season is right around the corner. We got you covered from every single angle. You can stay tuned for Kill the Show with Jamal St. Cyr, Alessandro Prontbaran, and I tonight. But you can get our newsletter too. Catch our newsletter over at newsforjacks.com. You can find that under the sports tab under newsforjacks.com and click on newsletters.
An impressive drive for Raines. Come back and retake the lead. Scored on their last two drives, and now Bulls will look to answer. There was rain in the area earlier today, as you mentioned. Been a pretty soggy last couple of days. The field appears to be in excellent condition. This one taken by Chase Collier. Collier looking for a seam and gets out past the 20 to about the 22-yard line. And that's where Bolles will start here in the second quarter.
The knock on Bolles last year, the issues that it had, and again, it played a very loaded schedule, opened the season against Mandarin, St. Augustine, and Coffee County. Those teams all played for championships last season, so not playing slouches, but defense last year for Bolles was really the glaring issue with last year's 5-5 regular season team. So you'd hope for the growth to show early, but Raines is moving down the field without much resistance right now. 12-7. The passing game has been on point tonight, Cole.
No doubt about that. And it's been largely the ground game for the Bulldogs when they've had their success with Emmett Grisbin. And he'll take it here. Running to the right and falling forward near the 30-yard line. 7-yard gain on first down. And the Bulldogs will take that one every time. Take another look at it from behind.
Little trickery for that first touchdown, but really nothing surprising about Bolles' offense so far. It's the ground and pound.
Ethan Drum, Bolles quarterback, gives it to Grisbin again. He's been a handoff machine here of late, and Grisbin's been carrying the load. He was taken down by Tony Williams on that play. Weak side linebacker for the Vikings.
He came over from Ed White in the offseason, and very, very good player. Had a chance to talk to him at the Rivals Camp too, and man, he is a fun player to watch. I think he's going to get a little bit more publicity and visibility here with the Vikings.
Where number one usually attracts some attention, and his play is earning it. So 3rd and 5 now for the Bulldogs. Drum looking downfield. Collier's out there, makes the catch over the shoulder. Big gainer there for Chase Collier. The senior hauls that one in from Ethan Drum, and it's the biggest offensive play of the game so far for the Bulldogs.
He had about a 3 or 4 yard separation on his guy he was matched up on. Safety didn't come over in time, and man, that was target practice. Easy one to pull in there for Chase.
Just when they needed it on 3rd and 5. Fresh set of downs for Bolles. And now they'll hand it off. And here's Ty Neal's first carry of the game. Neal last year, 652 yards on the ground. For his career, nearing 2,000 yards. 7 100-yard rushing games in his career. Talk about a 1-2 punch.
He was banged up a little bit last year too, Cole, and his numbers last year, the 600 would have been probably double, if not more than that, had he been healthy the whole year.
He's getting his first look here in the second quarter after Grisbin had been carrying the load. Quick hitter out to the left, caught by Collier, and the Baylor commit picks up a short gain.
You know, Raines has so much more versatility in terms of the guys he could throw to. Bolles has got 2 of them, Chase Collier and Naeem Burrows. And Collier, the big target so far for Ethan Drum tonight.
Also impacted on special teams.
Naeem, I saw him last year, a couple games where he had punt returns, kickoff returns for touchdowns. So to have those 2 weapons, you know, this is not a new kickoff rule like the NFL. It's nice to have 2 guys back there who can house it.
On 1st and 10, give it to Neal. There he goes, weaving his way through the Vikings defense down inside the 10. Yeah, when you take out the starter and put in the backup, the expectation is it won't quite be as good. It's 1 and 1A. It's flip a coin. Take your pick here with these 2 guys.
You're giving Emmett the breather, and you lose nothing here when putting Ty Neal in there. When you have those guys in the game both at the same time, which Bolles tends to do, you don't know where that ball's going.
And a late flag, a holding call on the Bulldogs. That will mark it back. And you saw Neal coming over to the sidelines there for the Bulldogs. So that good run negated.
Keep running the ball. Keep running the ball. Keep running the ball. That's what Matt Tobin is telling his guys, and they are running the ball extremely well. I know that one was wiped out, but they are moving it on the ground, something I did not think they were going to be able to do against this Raines front.
Brisbane back in there off the right hip of Ethan Drum. Quick throw to Burrows, and he took his eye off it at the last moment and rolled out of bounds. Incomplete. That was a forward pass. Some of the Raines players chasing after the ball just in case, but
I don't know if Naeem took his eyes off that one or felt the encroaching DB tracking him down and decided to let that one go. Could have been a business decision right there, Cole.
So second down. Two tight end set here for the Bulldogs. Brisbane, a couple of yards off the left side, running behind J.J. Sparks, left guard. Here's Brisbane. You can see, powerfully built young man, listed at 6 foot 197. He's put some time into the weight room.
Ethan Drum sporting Mac Jones, old number there at Bolles.
Number 10. Whatever happened to that guy?
Oh, no. I heard he went to college and lost track of him after that.
I was calling the Bulls games on radio when Mac was the quarterback. Had some very impressive numbers and teams with Corky Rogers as the head coach. Other great players on those teams as well for Mac. Here's Drum looking long. Got a man out there, but he overshoots Collier by a couple of strides. He had a step or two.
Collier is finding some room. If that was a little less speed on that one, I think Bolles is in the end zone again. But Chase is getting some separation. That's the second play tonight where he's had quite a bit of buffer between he and the nearest defender.
Look at the blocking provided by the Bulls offensive front. Plenty of time there for Collier, or rather for Drum. And now here we go from the 29. One more time for the Bulldogs. Will they snap this one? Camden Coffindaffer is in, down to the near side of the screen. Number 27 making his first appearance of the game. And Drum will quick kick it. Benefit of having your quarterback as your punter. And this one will be down inside the 5-yard line. Little Danny White action there.
Good decision by Bolles to do that. And man, if you're Matt Tobin, you're kicking yourself over that holding penalty that took you out of the red zone. But good decision there. Got about a 97-yard field for Raines to have to work with. Although the way they've been eating up yardage through the air in chunks, with that versatile receiving core, I just cannot believe how much success they are having through the air against this Bulls defense. Right now, if you want to check on scores in the area, scan that QR code that's up on your screen. You've got scores right there. That's updated throughout the night tonight for all the latest scores. That'll take you to our scoring page over at newsforjacks.com and Varsity 4 to keep you connected.
And a quick snap for the Vikings, running the ball up the gut. This is Curtis Asbury, the strong downhill runner, as described by Donovan Maslin. And a couple of yards there. So between Jadarius Washington, Curtis Asbury, and Bernard Brown III, three very effective running backs for the Vikings.
Donovan said it would be by committee approach, and it has been just that.
Quick throw out to the near side, and shoved out of bounds is Adron Walker. Both Troy Holloway and Jalen Ross were there to shove him out of bounds, bring up 3rd and short.
Another catch for Adron, his 2nd tonight. Zion Butler had that touchdown on that last drive in the end zone, with the diving grab in the end zone there. Man, this Raines receiving core is really impressive. Donovan said it ran 6 deep, and he was true to his word. These guys are all in tonight. Rick Wells' influence rubbing off on these young Vikings.
And we haven't even seen Andreas Cox, 6'3", get involved yet. Jalen Pollard, another one, quicker, shifty player. Cole will run it on 3rd down and a yard, and he will pick up the 1st down. Cole had a long touchdown run in the Jamboree last week, and we mentioned approaching 700 rushing yards for his career. Had a 100-yard rushing game last year for Ribault.
Yeah, the thing that Raines has struggled with in the past is finding that signal caller who could do a little bit of both. Put the ball in the air in the receiver's hands and run the ball. And TJ Cole is doing just that tonight in a very difficult week 1 test.
Not going to find any room here, though. Hit in the backfield, Asher Godot. There's that freshman we've talked about. Might be the strongest guy on the team, at least in some regards. You can see he does not look like a freshman.
We have got 2 guys in the class of 2028. Asher's one of them. Bryson Wright, the impressive young man at Mandarin, is the other. And I think those 2 guys, when all is said and done, they're going to be the 2 top prospects in the entire state of Florida.
Long way to go, but we're seeing some of the signs of that out of Godot tonight. 2nd and long. Cole looking to throw it. Stays away from pressure and finally taken down by M.J. Jenkins after a short gain.
Back to TJ Cole a little bit. He is doing things against this Bulls defense that Raines has struggled with in the past. You could run as a Raines quarterback. You could maybe throw it, but they have not had really a strong guy who could do both. You go back to their state championship team with H.J. Durham, those 2 state championship seasons, and man, H.J. was so fun to watch at Raines. He was a Cedar Creek transfer. You wondered if he could do it at a bigger school at Raines, and H.J. not only did it, but he led Raines to glory. Talked about H.J. in that state championship game with Donovan at Raines yesterday, and just what that young man brought to the team was remarkable. And the visibility, the ability to perform under pressure, the ability to tuck it and run when you could. And, man, H.J. was a fun guy to watch at Raines. Led him to glory there, state championship time. Can T.J. Cole do the same thing? Big shoes to fill. But I like what we're seeing out of T.J. so far in week 1.
And, again, we talked about the stakes here for this game. One of these teams is going to win, one's going to lose. The team that loses still has plenty of time. This is not like you lose one and your season's done. Both these teams are going to learn something today after playing in this game. As Donovan Maslin said, your team has to be battle-tested, and this is one of the ways to get them tested. There's a quick throw out to the left side. Curtis Asbury, the catch out of the backfield, and he'll move the chains for the Vikings.
You asked Matt and Donovan both this question separately this week. Why play a game like this right out of the gate? You could walk into the season with a little bit less of a challenge, a little bit less intensity game. And they said, you both separately, you don't learn anything from games like that. You want the best.
There's a quick pitch out to the near side, and Asbury taken down. He thought he didn't touch the ground. There was a whistle, and now Asbury's going to take off. Did he roll over the player? I saw a hand up from an official. Asbury's going to play it out, and he gets to the end zone or very near it, but I think they're going to rule him down.
Cole, that reminded me of the Jaguars game many years ago, Jags-Patriots, when Maurice Jones-Drew got walloped into the back of his offensive lineman, bounced off of him, didn't touch the ground, and wound up taking it to the house. Not sure if we're going to see that here.
I believe so. Take another look. Did a knee touch?
Oh,
I don't think so.
Don't think it did.
No.
That was a little mojo play. That he was not down there, but of course officials can't rely on the replay like we can.
No replay. Quick throw by Cole across the middle. This one caught Adron Walker. And he's down at the 49-yard line. He'll have a first down. So the drive continues, but as soon as that official put his hand up and blew the whistle, all those Bulls defenders stopped. You never know what might have happened on the previous play.
It brings back memories of games at Raines when officials blew the whistle, maybe a little inadvertently or too early.
Bull on first down, throwing across the middle and open. And breaking away from a tackle. And there is Andreas Cox, the 6'3" senior, the biggest target on this team.
We have got 5 different pass catchers so far for Raines, and the ability to spread the ball out like Raines is doing tonight against Bolles. You don't have 2 guys like Bolles does with Chase and Naeem. You've got 5 legitimate targets so far, and TJ Cole is just surgical tonight. Beautiful throw down the middle of the field to Andreas.
Should also point out Xavier Sherrod, actually even bigger at 6'3", 220. We haven't seen him get in the action just yet. There's a pass downfield and looking for Walker, and pass interference coming up here. Jalen Ross grabbed a hold of number 2.
Pretty easy to see that one. Just like the holding call on Chase Collier earlier on that beautiful run by Emmett Gresman. But this one is going to take Raines a little bit closer, man, and we're not through a half yet, and I am very impressed with this Raines offense. Very impressed with how they're able to move this ball. So many targets on this team for Donovan Maslin. Rick Wells, he's got to be impressed with what his guys are doing here, catching the passes tonight.
You start looking back at the former players at Raines, and some of them, like Maslin, like Rick Wells, come back and become a part of the program as assistant coaches, and in Maslin's case, eventually a head coach. Got a lot of history, a lot of legacy for this Vikings program. Next week, Raines will play at Sandalwood, and then it's Trinity Christian the following week. Next week for Bulls, it's at Trinity Christian and then at St. Augustine. So both these teams with very tough schedules, and we asked Matt Toblin about that. He said, we did these character development classes and team bonding exercises in the summer, but how does a team handle that first sign of adversity? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And this, some early adversity for the Bulldogs.
Quoting the great Mike Tyson.
This time, they'll keep it on the ground. And that is Bernard Brown, the third with the carry. 4th year as a varsity player, a dynamic and strong runner. Picks up a couple.
Not as impressed with that Raines ground game so far. I'm more aligned with that Bulls front 4 here, doing a good job on neutralizing that Raines ground game. But they need to get to TJ Cole, make him a little more uncomfortable if he's going to not complete some of these passes.
Across the middle, and it's broken up, incomplete right at the goal line. It was knocked away. That was Simon Caldwell with a defensive play there that would have made Papa proud.
Simeon Caldwell, I talked to him at the Rivals camp earlier this year, asked him what position he feels like he is meant to play, and he said, hey, my dad played linebacker. I'm more of a natural linebacker, I think, at the next level. Even though he's listed as an athlete, the athlete portion of him is either a safety or linebacker. He's not a guy who's going to play tight end. He's not a guy who's going to line up in the backfield. He's more of an athlete on that defensive side of the ball. Where will he play in college, safety or linebacker? He likes linebacker.
And using Solomon Thomas at left guard on this drive. We told you that Donovan Maslin said they were going to move him around. Probably projects to a guard at the next level, but certainly has the ability to play guard or tackle, certainly at the high school level. We'll see what happens when Mike Norvell gets his hands on him.
And Donovan said he was going to try to get Solomon as much work as possible at guard, because that's where his future is at in college. And we see the big man right there. Interesting story on Solomon. He did not pick up playing football until later on in his life. He wasn't a guy from a young age who was playing football and 4 and 5 years old. It did not come until later in life. And lo and behold, he's the #1 ranked recruit in our Super 16 and one of the top recruits in the country.
And here is Jonathan Downer Barrett for the field goal. Had an extra point missed earlier, and this one is blocked. This is scooped up by Bolles. Jalen Ross has a convoy. Jalen Ross takes it all the way back for Bolles. Special teams once again.
That is not what you needed to see happen if you're Donovan Maslin. We talked about special teams early in this game. Which team had them, which team didn't. Both teams young and inexperienced in that kicking aspect. Bolles dealing with injuries. Raines just doesn't have that kicker in the program where it's going to line up and be able to hit those kicks. And I don't know if Raines is hoping to get a jump off sides there or what, but that kick had no chance. Bolles blocks it, and a disaster right there for Raines after such a good drive.
Room service hop for Jalen Ross. That thing bounced right up into his lap, and the Delaware commit takes it the distance for the Bulldogs. And just like that, it looked like it might be a little bit of a runaway half for Raines, but the blocked field goal returned for a touchdown, and now Bolles has the lead. A chance to make it a 2-point edge. The extra point, though, misses from Langston Florence.
Yes, field goals, PATs. Knew special teams was going to be an issue. It always seems to be an issue for Raines. It's been a constant struggle for them. They've gone for 2 points in so many games, and that's backfired on them spectacularly. Bolles typically good on special teams, but you got a problem there. 13-12 Bulldogs up on Raines. Time to remind you, it's a good time to check in on Tuesday night. We rank our top 10 teams in the area, and it's a good one. Meet the top high school football teams from 1 to 10 every week on Tuesday night. Catch the Varsity Super 10 rankings every Tuesday on the 10 o'clock news.
Well, you mentioned that Donovan Maslin said this one was personal. What he told us when we talked to him yesterday, we've been looking forward to this game ever since the game was scheduled. The kids who came back from last year, they've had this game circled, and they are prepared for the moment. That being said, they're running up against a pretty good team on the other side as well.
Yeah.
Just what you want to see to kick off the high school football season.
Absolutely, and it's the reason you schedule these games. It is the reason you don't want to play a homecoming game in week 1. And it's, Matt Toblin says, hey, if we lose a game, we lose a game. We want what we see on Friday nights this season to prepare us for what we're going to see in November and December. Donovan Maslin says the same thing. You learn the most about your team by playing the best. And to quote the mighty Ric Flair, Cole, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And what you learn in trying to beat the man, far more beneficial than what you're going to learn in a scrimmage type game.
And to take it to the next step, not only for these players to measure themselves against other top players and top teams, traditionally this rivalry has made coaches better as well.
Duran Wiley, I cannot tell you how many times I talked to former Raines coach Duran Wiley, either after a Bolles Raines game, after a heartbreaking, soul-crushing loss, or after a big win, or even in the aftermath of that, weeks and months after. And he said, Justin, I cannot tell you what I've learned in these Bolles games. It made me and my staff better men, better coaches, better leaders of these young men, because you had to elevate your game, because you knew the guys on the other side of the sideline were going to ask you to raise that to beat them, and what those guys learned from those games. You can ask Wayne Belger. Corky said it when he was around and coaching. You learn so much about your team and your staffs in a game like this.
And when you play over and over again, there's that familiarity that comes into play. Here's a little chip shot kickoff, and fair catch called inside the 40 by the Vikings. Raines has, of course, the great rivalry with Ribault and the Northwest Classic, and that is, neighbor against neighbor kind of thing. Because of the differences in these two schools that we've discussed, the lessons are different that you learn throughout the course of a rivalry, or if you play in district and then in the playoffs again, and you know that those games are two of your most important games of the year.
And the thing I like about the Bolles Raines game this year, you're not in the same district anymore. You're not in the same class. The Bolles Raines games in the past, it was win or go home in that postseason. You were playing in the 2A playoffs or 3A playoffs. Now you're in different classification. This is truly a chance to get better.
The Bulldogs with a 1-point lead after all of that. Cole will swing one out to the left side, caught by Zion Butler. Tried to get to the edge, but couldn't turn the corner. Santana Starks, continuing our bloodline conversation, the son of the former Jaguars cornerback Scotty Starks pushed him out. What he lacks in size, Santana Starks, 5'7", 140, makes up for what Matt Tobin calls flawless technique. I think Dad probably has helped him along the way.
Dad endorses that for sure.
Yep. Same thing for Scotty when he was playing at Wisconsin and then with the Jaguars. This time Cole under pressure, could not get rid of it. Asher Godo, the freshman, once again making his presence felt.
Asher is a guy's name you're hearing for the first time tonight because this is his first game as a varsity football player. He's a ninth grader, does not act like a freshman. But again, I've said it at the top of the cast here, and I'm going to say it again. Between Asher and Bryson Wright at Mandarin, those two guys in one capacity or another are going to be the 1 and 2 prospects in the state by the time they're seniors. Asher, when we talked to Matt about him, he said Asher is possibly the most talented defensive guy at that age I've ever coached.
3rd and 6 now from the 40. Cole has some time here, throws it across the middle. This one is caught by Zion Butler. He has a first down coming across the field, and he'll keep the drive alive for Raines as the Vikings try to get in position to take a lead before halftime. Good protection that time by the Raines offensive front. We've seen Adron Walker, Zion Butler, Caleb Lampkins, Andreas Cox, DeMarcus Giscombe. A lot of pass catchers for the Vikings in this ballgame. Cole scrambling to throw, dumps it off, and it's caught. There's Xavier Sherrard. There's another Raines Viking pass catcher.
We were waiting to say his name, and there it is, Cole. You said it the last drive, and we finally hear the 6th pass catcher tonight for Rain, Xavier Sherrard, and just an embarrassment of pass catchers out there for the Vikings. And it seems like we're saying a different guy's name every few snaps because this Rains team loaded catching the ball.
This one will be called back, however. An eligible man downfield as they take a look at a Bulls defensive player on the ground. See if we can see it all. The scrambling, and that certainly led to extra time for a lineman to get downfield. Waylon Swain, the defensive end, is the player coming off the field. He'll have to sit out for at least a play. And they'll remark the ball after the penalty. You expect a little bit of unevenness, some sloppiness, I'm going to say that there's a reason it's called mid-season form, and this is not mid-season. But boy, you can see the talent on the field in this ballgame, Justin.
Yeah, you don't get 3 preseason games to work out the kinks like they do in the NFL. Of course, we're accustomed to watching Trevor Lawrence have 10 snaps one game, no snaps the next game. These guys get a kickoff classic last week, and not a lot of time in the lead up to that to get on the same page. And we mentioned earlier, Cole, I mean, there's a lot of new faces at Raines. These guys have not been playing together for seasons. There's a lot of new faces on this team. So for a lot of these guys, last week and this week are the first time they're playing in a varsity game together.
First and 19, and Cole throws and connects again. Zion Butler, and Butler is down. Finally grabbed by Troy Holloway, but a first down pickup. Clock continues inside of 2 minutes now before halftime. Plenty of time with the quick strike capability of this Raines offense. Might almost not want to score too fast in this situation.
Yeah, really. And the ground game yet to materialize other than the scrambles from Cole. But the passing game, man, they are chewing up chunks of yards, and you never know who the ball's going to. Goes to another guy there.
Darius Washington out of the backfield with the catch. Keeps breaking tackles. Finally thrown down and just inbounds by M.J. Jenkins. Look at the effort here by Darius Washington. Breaks 1, 2, 3. Finally, the 4th man.
That's a running back, too.
Yep. And this one thrown, and it's intercepted, picked off in the end zone. C.J. Ennis for Bolles with a huge play. The senior stepped right in front of that one and ends a Raines drive. And now Bolles has a minute plus to play here before halftime.
What a play by the Bolles defense. And they were victimized last year. They heard the naysayers about their defense, and they gave up so many points and losing games big because they couldn't stop anybody. But so many of those young guys have come back. They're on the team again. They have some amends to make, if you will. And CJ, another one there, makes it in the end zone, kills a Raines scoring drive right there.
By the way, talented player, no doubt. Already has 7 offers, including FAU, Tulane, Liberty, and Memphis, among others. So just because the Bolles defense as a unit wasn't outstanding last year doesn't mean there isn't talent on that side of the field, and we're seeing it tonight.
Tons of talent on the side of the field. Not a lot of production. A lot of young faces last year, but they are growing up.
And Drum is taken down. Sacked on the play by Jayon Simon, the big cat.
Love the big cat. We had a chance to talk with him at high school football media day. Young, respectful man, soft-spoken, but man, he plays with a high motor there.
35 seconds before halftime. Long throw out to the near side by Drum. Didn't make it there. So now 31 seconds. And Raines trying to pitch a 3-and-out to try to get the ball back here before halftime. Remember, Raines received the first half kickoff, so it will be the Bulldogs to get it back. They'd love to get a 2-for-1 here, but they have a long way to go and a short time to get there.
Big plays, the story of the night, the blocked field goal that goes back for 6, the pick in the end zone by Bolles. A lot of aerial yards for Raines, but too many mistakes so far.
The 3rd and 11 here. Bulldogs would like to pick up a first down and keep the clock moving, if nothing else. Brisbane will keep the clock moving, does not pick up much running in the middle of the line. But that will probably take us down close unless Raines uses a timeout.
I saw Raines signaling for a timeout, so looks like they got it.
And the punt team coming on for the Bulldogs. Well, we've talked about how much special teams has impacted this game already.
Slippery field, you know, Raines is going to be after this punt. They're going to get the ball in good field position regardless. What do you do, Cole? Do you go, do you send the house, or with the way you've been moving the ball, do you sit back and you try to get a return?
Well, with the kind of athletes back there for the return, with Caleb Lampkins or Zion Butler, Adron Walker, I'd let him take a shot at it here. Set up for a return, see what they can do. If nothing else, put them in position to take a couple shots at the end zone before halftime.
I would be worried if I was Matt Toblin right here and giving Raines any kind of time to move that ball, because they have been moving the ball well through the air, not on the ground so far, which is a little surprising, even though they have the battalion of backs and not really one guy back there like you had a few years ago with Mark Miller toting the rock back there. You have the battery of backs, not any big-time running lanes tonight. I'd be worried about leaving Raines too much time here.
Lampkins on one side. I think that was Walker on the other. Back in twin safeties. Ethan Drum will punt it away. He was worried about the pressure for sure. You can see the quick kick. This one is taken in Bolles territory by Lampkin. Looking for some room and didn't find a whole lot, but still good field position for the Vikings with 17 seconds. Probably 3 shots at the end zone here.
With the timeout left, you don't have to worry about the kick. We've seen how that has backfired so far tonight for Raines with a missed PAT and then the blocked field goal. So you're thinking all end zone. Bolles is probably going to just sit back and play that prevent style defense with as many receivers as Raines has got capable of catching the ball right here.
Saw Solomon Thomas come over to Timothy Cole and slap him 5. Kind of the old, hey, we'll take care of you here. When a guy 6'4", 317 says, I got you.
You take his word for it.
Yeah, makes you feel a whole lot better about things. Cole, quick shot left side. caught, and to the outside is Walker. Steps out of bounds at the 30-yard line. 6 seconds elapsed on that play, and now a penalty marker is thrown. Maybe some jawing going on over on that sideline.
Donovan asking what's going on here. Good decision by Adron to get the ball out of bounds, but I don't know if it's going to matter.
Unsportsmanlike called against Raines. Well, those kinds of mistakes have been one of the things that has hurt Raines against Bolles through the years.
Many times over the years, Cole, we have seen these games at Raines, at Bolles, where there's been holding calls that have nullified touchdowns. We've seen so many things for both teams, but I think more so on the Raines side that have really been self-inflicted issues for the Vikings that have cost them over the years. And that's why when you talk to Duran, when you talk to Donovan Maslin, when you talk to Corky, how buttoned up you have to be in this game.
10 seconds left. Cole throws across the middle. This one is caught. And
another flag.
Giscombe.
Another flag came out.
25. See what the flag's about. Maybe a face mask.
Jamarcus' third catch tonight.
Raines calls their last time out with 3 seconds to play. Let's see what the penalty is all about. There was an orange flag on the field off of the belt of one of the Bulls players. It's the yellow one we're concerned with. If you're Bulls and you go in up a point after everything that's gone on, you'd have to feel pretty good about yourselves, at least the position you're in, if not the way the defense has been able to play.
You've got to worry about special teams. I cannot emphasize that enough. I've seen over the years so many times, including at Raines years ago. I believe they opened on the playoff road against South Sumter, and instead of attempting a tying PAT, Duran had to go for 2 because you simply did not have a kicker who could get it over the bar. Of course, South Sumter stopped them, and they lose 29-28. But you got to, at some point, be able to put that ball through the uprights.
All right, from the 23-yard line, this is likely to be the last play of the half. Cole scrambling. Now throws. Back corner of the end zone. Incomplete through the hands of his intended target, Xavier Sherrod. And that is the way the first half ends. Bulls with a 13-12 lead in what has been a very eventful and very entertaining first half of football here in the 2024 high school football season. Bulldogs up a point at the break.
sportsmanship is respect for the game and those who play it. The Florida High School Athletic Association and its corporate partners remind you to take on the responsibility of good sportsmanship. Play strong, play hard, play fair.
Make sure you stay connected tonight after our game of the week. For our Teal of the Show, Jamal St. Cyr, Alessandra Pontbriand, and I bring you highlights and coverage and analysis from the preseason finale against Atlanta. Jaguars lead that game 21-0 at halftime. Check out our Teal of the Show tonight at 11:20 on newsforjacks.com and WJXT Channel 4. For all your Jaguars news, got you covered from every angle. Stay connected with the Jaguars for our News for Jags podcast and also our News for Jags newsletter. You can find those over on newsforjags.com or grab your podcast wherever your favorite podcasts are found. If high school football is your thing, make sure you join us each week for the Varsity 4 podcast. Sponge Franklin and I have you covered with analysis and highlights, previews, and look-aheads for our game of the week coverage. You can join us every Tuesday for our new podcast. You can grab that over on newsforjacks.com under the sports tab or grab it on Apple Podcasts or wherever your favorite podcasts are found. And if you want to stay connected to all the high school football action in the area as it's going on, scan that QR code on your screen right now. That'll take you to our Varsity 4 page and get the latest scores and updates from everything happening from around our area. We got some good ones going on tonight.
Let's take a look at the first half highlights. Early on, it was Raines getting it done through the air. That was a common early theme. Adron Walker with the touchdown there. We saw some special teams helping the Bulldogs out in a big way in that first half.
Man, we talked about it, Cole, whether it was returning kicks or kicking the ball, special teams coming up big.
Ground game was more favorable for the Bulldogs. Brisbane there, but boy, when you talk about this Raines defense, they've got playmakers all over the place. They had to use a little trickery down deep, did the Bulldogs try to find their first touchdown. Corbin Fordham with the catch there, but Timothy Cole, what a half he had. 16 of 23 passing, 252 yards and 2 touchdowns as Raines outgained the Bulldogs via 252 to 65.
But that defense, Cole. Bolles' defense, for as much as it was maligned last year, came to play this season.
They did. Had a hard time keeping up with those Raines receivers for much of the game, but made some timely plays for sure. And Cole able to spread it around to 6 different receivers in that first half. There were some moments as well, though, from the Bulldogs. Asher Godo making his statement as a freshman. And then this may be the biggest play of the half. The Simeon Caldwell block and the scoop and score for Jalen Ross for Bolles.
That is the play of the game so far, and it was going to come down to special teams, and it certainly has.
There was an opportunity late for Raines to try to get into scoring range, but the interception by C.J. Ennis snuffed out any chance for Raines to go ahead. So the Bulldogs will start the third quarter with a 1-point lead.
Statistically, Raines should be winning this game by 2 touchdowns at this point. But you throw an interception in the end zone, you give up a blocked field goal that goes back for 6 the other way, and that's been the story of the game. Bolles have not been able to move the ball with much consistency. It's had a couple throws from Ethan Drum to Chase Collier, but Naeem Burrows has been kind of quiet. We haven't seen a lot of Ty Neal. Has been more Emmett Grisbin carrying the ball for Bolles. So will we see anything differently in the second half? Will we see more Ty Neal? We've only seen him a couple plays sparingly. Will we see Ethan Drum take some more shots down the field to Naeem Burrows? Interesting second half on the way.
In the world of analytics, expected points, Raines would, as you say, would be way ahead. Some of the lack of points coming on a missed extra point, the blocked field goal. They wound up, instead of being +3, winds up being, -6 the other way. So there's no doubt that Bolles has been more opportunistic than Raines, but that Raines passing game, so impressive in the first half with the 252 passing yards by Timothy Cole and 3 different receivers over 50 yards receiving in the half.
You got to turn those into points, though, Cole, and they are not doing enough of that. And you had the pass in the end zone. You got to come away with something there. That's not necessarily a kill shot there for Raines, but to be able to come back and get something on the board there instead of throwing a pick in the end zone, you got to come away with some of these scoring chances. You cannot do it. Reminds me of, we go back to Jaguars lore years ago, expansion season. Jaguars go to New Orleans. Mark Brunell throws 5 interceptions, and they lose a 20-13 game.
Well, I go back to the conversation we had with Matt Toblin earlier this week, the Bulls coach, when he said, in the early season, you don't win as many games as you lose. And he wasn't talking about record necessarily, but that mistakes early on will cost you more so than the good plays will help you, because you don't see as many good plays early on because it is so early in the season. And that's been prophetic so far.
Absolutely. And you not seeing as many holds or false starts as you usually see in these early season games, the kickoff classics, the weeks 1, 2, and 3, but you're seeing some mistakes that TJ Cole and Donovan Maslin would love to have back. And I don't know if you even set up for that field goal opportunity if you're Donovan Maslin, thinking about, hey, should I go for this? Should I take a crack at the end zone? If I miss it, Bolles has got about an 85-yard of field ahead to work with, but I just don't think you can risk anything on trotting your kicker out there again. Well,
I would say both coaches probably are going to have to think about how to utilize the kickers. Again, for Bolles, Luke Stenson is out with an injury, so Langston Florence, the freshman, is getting his first action. So the kickers might be relegated to doing what we're going to see here in just a moment, and that is putting the ball on the tee and booting it away.
And I think both coaches would be happy for that right now, and for this game not to come down to a kick at the end. But you got Naeem Burrows back there. He's been held in check a little bit tonight, and again, I've seen him take 2 of these back for TDs for last season. So will he get that opportunity? Maybe Raines is just targeting Naeem and locking down on him and not giving him those opportunities because he's been quiet tonight.
Here's Hinton to kick it off, and he pokes it down short, picked up at the 25-yard line and up to about the 31-yard line go the Bulldogs.
If you're Bolles in this second half, you've got to keep doing what you did in that first half, what worked so well for you. Maybe a little play action, but the RPO stuff to Ethan Drum, to mainly Emmett Gresben, has worked well for Bolles in moving the chunks of the ball. And I think really Bolles' worst play of the first half was that holding call that negated Ty Neal's run into the red zone.
Gresben will come out, start the half as he did the game, and he's been the workhorse on the ground so far. 13 carries, 50 yards in the first half for Gresben. And Drum will take it to him, and now tried to get it to Naeem Burrows, threw it behind him though, incomplete. Burrows is a junior. It seems like he's been playing high school football forever. He's been so good ever since he stepped foot on the field as a freshman. He already has 26 offers from some of the biggest schools anywhere: Florida, Florida State, Georgia, Miami, Michigan, Alabama. Rated as one of the top 100 players in the nation. He's a 4-star recruit according to the consensus recruiting services, but so far been pretty quiet in this game.
Yeah, Chase Collier's been getting the lion's share of the work, and that guy right there, Emmett Gresben, has been moving the ball, moving those chains for Bolles. Nothing going right there.
And you see big Jatarius Brown in the middle of the line, number 0, wreaking some havoc for Raines as well. You just everywhere you look on that Raines defense, there are guys making plays.
Big guys too, and early on we saw the safeties and corners coming up and making plays early on in this game, making tackles right at the line of scrimmage. But you're seeing the meat of that defensive line, led by the big cat Giant Simon, changing things here in the second half.
3rd and 10 on the Bulldogs' initial drive of the second half. Drum flush from the pocket, and ball knocked out of his hands. Was it recovered by Raines inbounds? It was. And there is the big man, Jatarius Brown, with the ball in his hands on the very next play.
Defensive line. Ethan did not feel that pressure coming from behind. You see the big cat giving Jatarius a big slap on the head right there.
Initially, it looked like it was called as a fumble inbounds. Now I believe they're ruling it out of bounds. Let's take another look here.
Oh, and it was the nice swat, the Tony Bracken's shiver move there to swat it out of his hand. King Massey knocks the ball out of Ethan's hands, but it goes out of bounds, so Bolles is going to kick this one away.
Yeah, either way, Raines is going to get the ball back here, and Drum, with the one-step approach, boots it down to the 32-yard line. Taken there by Raines. This is Giscombe, and he's out to about the 47-yard line. So the Raines defense getting the job done here on the first drive of the third quarter.
A lot of the big guys on that defensive front made their presence felt there. Nothing going in the ground game, and you finally got pressure on Ethan Drum, forced him out of the pocket on the move, and had there been about 2 more yards of that field, that would have been a Raines football right there.
If you're just joining us and aren't a devotee of either Raines or Bolles in particular, we mentioned the last 3 times these two teams have played, they've met in the playoffs, and Bolles has won all of them, including 14-7 last year. So a lot of the guys on this Raines sideline and on the field now wearing the white jerseys remember it and have been motivated by it. Here's Cole on the run. There he goes with a first down inside the 35 and pushed out of bounds at the 31-yard line. And Cole, who did not play in the game last year because he was at Ribault, really providing a spark for Raines here in this one.
The ability for Raines to have a capable running quarterback with a guy who can throw the ball and thread the needle. I feel like a broken record, but they have that with TJ Cole. He's showing that tonight, and he's hurting you with his feet as much as he's doing with his arms. He had 252 through the air in the first half, but he's moving on the ground to start half 2.
Quick throw to the right side, batted down at the line by Bolles. Troy Holloway got his hands up and nearly had himself an interception coming off the edge.
Holloway and Simeon Caldwell last year were 2 of those guys, really the safety linebacker hybrids who could get in there and mix things up, whether you're rushing the passer or you're out in coverage. Both those guys had big sacks, a lot of picks last year. And Troy and Simeon back from war this year. Both those guys looking good tonight.
Good to see 93 Waylon Swain back in there after he left the game in the first half. Cole on second down. Sets it up short, dumps it off. Here's Giscombe looking for room, dashing through for a first down inside the 10-yard line.
Jamarcus Giscombe again. He has had multiple big catches tonight, especially in that first quarter. He was the guy on that opening drive, but Raines is knocking on the door again. You got to think if you're Donovan Maslin, just play control ball right here. Go with your hot hand, put it in TJ Cole's hand, and let him go to work.
Giscombe played at Rockledge last year, transferred in to Raines for his sophomore campaign, but last year 16 catches, 4 touchdowns, 16 rushes, 4 touchdowns, and 19 catches and 4 touchdowns. So 8 touchdowns on just 35 touches last year as a freshman at Rockledge. Another ball batted and incomplete.
You don't like to see that. That's 2 batted balls on this drive alone. One of those is going to stay up in the air long enough to make it a problem. That one could have been it right there.
All the way for the second time.
TJ Cole probably saved a pick right there by his swinging his arm down and preventing that from happening. So Raines dodges a big deflection there that could have been 6 the other way.
Margin for error gets less and less the closer you get to the end zone here. Second down. And they hand it off up the middle, and that's a touchdown to Darius Washington. Made it look easy for the Vikings.
Right up the middle. Raines has not run the ball well with the backs tonight. They've had more success through the air, but they've had a couple runs, mainly by TJ Cole. But Tadarius got in there. He has got Raines ahead. Tadarius Washington, nice run right up the center of that offensive line.
Take a look from behind the Bulls defense. And Washington, the junior, with a touchdown. And Raines is back in front. Now, let's see. Will they go for 2? It's a 5-point game right now. Look at this formation. Direct snap back.
And they are in.
Tony Williams, who usually plays weak side linebacker, runs it in. Different kind of wildcat.
Tony, yeah, and he's limping off the field. I don't know if that's cramps or what. It's a little muggy out there, but he played at Ed White last year, one of the rising stars in a loaded area class, underclassmen. Tony Williams getting it done. 20-13, Raines finally up in this game with a little bit of breathing room. 7 points here. Feels like an eternity. And if you want to check in from scores around our area, hit that QR code that's on your screen right now. That'll give you a full scoreboard and rundown on all the games on our North Florida and South Georgia coverage area. I'll take you to our Varsity 4 page and give you updates on all those games going on right now.
Justin, when you debuted the high school top 10, you had Bolles at 3, Raines at 4.
Did I miss that, Cole? Are you saying you leaning?
So far, Raines has been the more important.
They have a 4-quarter game, and I've seen a lot of these games in the past, Cole, where you thought a lead was safe and it wasn't.
The ball bounces, taken at the 12-yard line, and once again, special teams a factor, and Collier races into Raines territory. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Maybe you did. Chase Collier has been kind of the big man tonight for Bolles. A little, not going to say stealing Naeem Burrows' thunder, but man, Chase is really living up to the hype. He's a Super 16 recruit for me. Nearly housed this one. He's down inside the Raines 40. Bolles good starting field position here.
Special teams has definitely favored the Bulldogs in this game. No doubt about that. Offense, defense, Raines has won on that scorecard.
Looks like Ty Neal in to spell Gresman here.
Neal only had a couple of carries in the first half. They go back to him here, and not much doing up the middle of that Raines defense. Big Jatarius Brown is off the bottom of the pile, and there was good support from Micah Merritt. I'm hoping at some point, but there are some amazing names on the Raines roster. There's a linebacker by the name of Seven Rivers that I can't wait to see if he gets into this ballgame. And Raines jumps there. So against special teams, penalties.
Self-inflicted things, Cole, self-inflicted. We've seen it. You and I know we worked for different places at the time. You calling radio broadcasts and me with the paper, but we were in the stands, in the press box for quite a few of these games over the years, and I think we left shaking our head, wonder what we just seen.
Some great games and some amazing moments and some remarkable and almost indescribable turns of events.
Be it heartbreak, be it wins. I remember a fumble into the end zone at a playoff game, and Bolles recovered it and to win in overtime. So many big moments like that.
They fake it to Neal. Drum going up top, looking at the end zone, and back of the end zone, Naeem Burrows.
Wow.
What a catch.
What a play. Naeem had been silent up until that, and he is in. They call him in, and what a throw by Ethan Drum.
I was waiting for the signal, and Burrow started celebrating before I think the arms went up. Now the officials are going to have a little chat here, it appears. Take a look here. Does he get a foot in bounds?
Oh, he's there.
Yeah, might even had two.
Left foot drag.
Catch by Burrows, and just like that, the Bulldogs are an extra point away from tying the game up. Talk about answering a challenge, and the official mention now is a touchdown, and unsportsmanlike called on the Bulldogs. That'll be assessed on the kickoff. No reason to wave the flag at Skinner Barco Stadium. Now the referee's going to come over and have a chat with Matt Toblin about what exactly happened there. Trying to lip read here, and I'm not sure Toblin was convinced. Here's Langston Florence. The freshman pressed into service, on to attempt the extra point to tie the game. And it is up and good. Well, perfect vision here. 20-20 Raines and Bulls in the third quarter with 8:37 to play. We are getting our money's worth out of the opener.
Man, what a start for this game so far. And it reminds me of the NASCAR Daytona 500. You put your Super Bowl racing right in the first week of the season, and we're seeing that from Bulls and Raines so far. Remember, after this game, our stream ends. We go right into high school football coverage. Kick off our Varsity 4 high school football show presented by Farah and Farah. That's tonight at 10:30 on news4jax.com and News4Jax Plus and Channel 4 WJXC. So stay with us tonight for a recap from this game, developing into a classic, and all the highlights and scores from around the area.
The start of our coverage, I mentioned all the close games through the years. Since 2011, 13 games between these two teams, and 8 of them have been one score or less.
And you look at the game in 2013, Cole, I was there for that one. That was a game, it's a 14-point differential, 45-31 Raines, but that game, Bulls had the game drive with about 20 seconds left to go. The pass into the end zone was picked off and returned the other way for a touchdown. So really that score right there in 2013 was not indicative of how close that one was. And then Bulls wins that game in the playoff, the rematch in the playoffs, 35-28. Just so many games. Hate to even talk about one because there have been so many classics in the series.
No doubt about it. The last time Raines beat Bulls came in the playoffs in 2015. So it's been 9 years since the Vikings have beaten the Bulldogs. And here's a chance as the return coming back by Caleb Lampkins. And after a short kickoff, another area you talk about, a freshman kicker doesn't have the strongest leg, hasn't developed quite yet. And Raines able to take advantage of the short kick with an excellent return by Caleb Lampkin.
Yeah, maybe why Matt Toblin elected to do the pooch kick in the first half instead of trying to kick it long. Maybe you don't have the leg and you're on a wet field as well. And young kicker in this game too, and now it's a short field for TJ Cole and the Raines Vikings to go to work on.
Donovan Maslin, the Vikings head coach, said he wanted to win special teams. That's the first real win on special teams for the Vikings so far. Here's a quick one to Xavier Sherrod, and the big 6'3", 220-pounder stretches forward. The Bulldogs calling that they pulled the ball away, MJ Jenkins, but that one is going to stay with the Vikings.
Had that been signaled the other way, I think you would have seen Donovan Maslin head explode on the sideline.
And let's take another look at it. We saw earlier the play where the running back was not down. Well, I think the forearm was.
I think he was down.
But also down, I believe, is Timothy Cole.
Cramps,
yeah.
As always, a very present sign in the first month of the high school football season. It's a balmy, muggy night, humid rain, and you see these cramps all the time. That's what they're doing to TJ, stretching him out, working those cramps out.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, as much information as we have about hydration and all the hydration technologies and everything else, you could do all you want, but when you get out there in this kind of humidity, after working hard in the heat all week, and for the last several weeks, you're bound to have half a dozen or more cramps on a night like this.
Yeah, and when you see the guys on the field and they're getting their hammies stretched, and we talked to Matt Toblin about one of his players this past week in the Kickoff Classic. him throwing up on the sideline, just dehydrated, and that's what you get. And TJ looks like he's having a little bit of a challenge walking off, so hopefully that is just cramps, but favoring that leg. It looks like it's favoring that right leg, so it's like we're going to have a change at quarterback.
Malik Morrison, the sophomore, coming in.
Hate to see that for young TJ. Hopefully he can shake that off and get back into this game, and hopefully it's not anything more serious than cramps.
Here's Morrison's opportunity, though, and the next man up scenario. So after the injury, now the officials waving for a timeout because Cole did not get all the way off. Trying to get some of that magic spray on there. Was a young man who went from Ribault, where he was used in a lot of different ways. I mentioned all the running from the quarterback position. He also caught 9 passes, including 2 for touchdowns in his time with the Trojans. And as a freshman, 7 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And last year, 15 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. So the passing has always been there. And he's showcased that tonight. What a game to start our schedule. Next week, another good one. A couple of ranked teams. At least this week they are. Ponte Vedra and Bartram Trail going at it.
I love Bartram Trail. They are one of the most consistent programs around. Corey Johns took over for Daryl Sutherland last year and really had some good things happening. Ponte Vedra under Steve Price. They've been consistent. They've got a strong defensive front and a little bit of a battle tonight with rival Nice. Panthers looking to win the 2nd in a row in that series and kind of flip things around. Questions on the offensive side of the ball for Ponte Vedra. Lost some graduating talents. Had a transfer out of the area. Brian Case back at running back for the Sharks. But you got to think Bartram Trail, with its pedigree and holding serve in that series, the favorite in that one. But that's going to be a great one next week, Cole.
Looking ahead of the schedule, a lot of great games on the rock. You pick these on? Is that on you?
That's on me.
Yeah?
That's on me.
Good job.
That's on me.
You've learned a thing or two about high school sports.
A couple things.
Years.
I want to do a couple score updates right now while we're waiting. St. Augustine 42-6 over Palatka. That game of the 4th quarter of the state's 2nd oldest rivalry. Yellow Jackets look like they're going to win their 11th straight in that series. Bartram Trail, the team we're going to be at next week, they're up 21-12 over the Sumner Stingrays. Good team from down in South Florida heading up there. Maynard putting it on Creekside 42-13. That's the number 1 team in our area versus number 9. Mustangs have never beaten Creekside. Well, I say the senior class has never beaten Creekside, and they sure want to end their careers with a win over that. For all of the scores that I'm talking about right now, you can hit that QR code on your screen. That'll take you to real-time scoreboard on our Varsity 4 page, and we have got some good ones all throughout the area tonight. Menendez 20, Sandalwood 0 in that one, and we're back to action right now in our game of the week.
There's Malik Morrison running after his first snap. The ball looked like it may have come out late. Some of the Bulls players pointing in their direction, but they say down by contact. So Malik Morrison, 6-foot sophomore, taking over for TJ Cole, who looked like cramps, bad cramps in the calf area, and took a while to get him off the field. So I hope that's all it is.
It looked like a cramp initially, but TJ made it to close to the other sideline and went down again. So hopefully they were just stretching his ankle and his leg out. Those cramps can be a monster in August.
Here's Morrison handing it off. And Tadarius Washington gets to the edge, bounces to the outside, dives for the pylon, and touchdown, I believe.
The running game has come to life, Cole, in the second half. Tadarius, another one. He had a spinning move last time. Looked like he hit the circle button in Madden to get in the end zone last time. And, man, he has taken over here in the second half. Beautiful run there. The push off, and he dives and hits that pylon. He is in for 6.
Well, each team just continues to answer back and forth one way or another. Offense, defense, special teams, passing game, running game. We've seen a little bit of everything here. We expected it would be a fairly high-scoring game, and it has certainly been that. And Raines, now will they go for two? They've had struggles with a kicking game, but you've also got your backup quarterback in.
Right. Decisions. I think you probably have to go for two at this point. I don't think you trust your kicker, as we've seen. And we've got a Bolles guy down. I believe this Tadarius gave him the stiff arm. Looks like Jalen Ross down on the sideline.
That's the young man who had the blocked field goal return for a touchdown earlier in the game. Also made a big play to knock a ball away near the goal line. So perhaps cramps again.
You hope that's all it is. Go on the sideline, swig you some pickle juice down, let that hamstring cramp work out and get back on the field. Hopefully that's all it is for the young men tonight. TJ Cole left on earlier in this drive. Looks like Jalen Ross down on the sidelines after a tough stiff arm there by Tadarius Washington. But if you're Raines right now, Cole, do you attempt to try and go up by 7 with the kicker who's missed a PAT and had a field goal blocked? Or do you stay with the hot hand? You had a 2-point conversion last time successfully on the ground, and your offense is moving the ball extremely well at this point. I think if you're Donovan Maslin, you've got to consider going for 2 the rest of the way. I just don't think you put anything on special teams at this point. I think what we've seen.
You'd have to go for 2 if TJ Cole's still in the game. With a backup quarterback, it maybe tips the scales a little bit more the other way, but boy, it really depends. Again, their thoughts on the kicker was that he had range out to sort of 38-ish. Again, a young kicker. As you take a look at Jalen Ross, who's going to be helped out all the way across the field.
He's walking a little bit gingerly, but you hope that's just cramps. You hope that was the case with TJ Cole. Athletic trainers so careful with all these players nowadays, and you hope by the time he gets to the sidelines and has a chance to recharge that it's just a little bit of cramps. He's walking out here.
It's not a particularly hot night by Jacksonville standards. 77 degrees right now, but it's 88% humidity. And so you can't wave your hand in the air without breaking a sweat right now.
Yeah, that's it for people who have not been to a high school football game in Florida on an August or September night. You don't understand the humidity. I'm sure people out here from out of the area watching their teams play, but you don't understand that humidity. And you talk to Jaguars players and who are down here for the first time and throughout Jaguars training camp and asking guys who've never been in Florida, what's the difference here? And they say the humidity.
Once again, you've got Tony Williams in there in the Wildcat. Can't handle the snap. Going to try to run it. Getting to the outside, and he will not make it. So 26-20, Raines with the lead. And I think just like you said, Justin, the trust level on the kicking game is not very high right now for the Vikings. Take another look. That time, you've got a linebacker lining up. Very good athlete, but didn't field the snap cleanly. Bolles covered it pretty well.
Yeah, I think you've got to take those chances if you're Donovan Maslin. I don't think you can put anything on special teams kicking. The wet field. It's not a night when things have gone well for your kicking game. I just don't think you can have that chance to do that. Right now is a good time to remind you to stay connected to our Jaguars coverage. We've got high school tonight, but Jaguars too. Stay connected with our podcast, our News for Jags podcast, all throughout the Jaguars football season, and also our News for Jags newsletters. You can find that at newsforjags.com/newsletters. You can stay connected to podcasts, to reading, to anything you want to watch. All our News for Jags coverage at newsforjags.com.
The Raines up by 6. Bolles will accept the kickoff. just one other thing to consider. There is the threat of rain coming in the next hour, so we could have a fourth quarter that is a rather wet one, as the Bulldogs return this one out beyond the 30-yard line after the kick was short. And Christian Hayes returning it for the Bulldogs, the sophomore linebacker, one of the upbacks.
Going back to that Tony Williams 2-point try, the one before, too, he looked like he was a little ginger walking off the field. I think it's got to be the cramps, and again as well on that 2-point try. And if you're Tony, he's not a guy who likes to leave the field. He's going to be back in here on defense, too.
First and 10 from the Bulldogs' 33-yard line. Give it to Grisbin. Try to start this drive off on the right foot, and he's able to pound his way past the 40-yard line up to the 42. About a 7.5-yard gain on first down. That's been the calling card for the Bulls offense, the most consistent part of the Bulls offense tonight. Grisbin running the football.
I'd still like to see a little more Ty Neal, some Ty Neal mixed in here. Emmett's done well. I just wonder if Ty may be a little bit fresher at this point in the game.
Grisbin hit the backfield, and he will lose a couple. He was grabbed by Micah Merritt from the middle linebacker position. So third and a long 3. Be surprised if Grisbin gets it again here. Now a check at the line as Drum looks over to the Bulls sideline.
They have not looked Naeem Burrows' way a lot, but that last drive showed he is still there and capable of something big.
Play action. And try to get it to the tight end, Fordham.
Great play there by Raines. Great read on that play. Eddie Hinton stayed with him the whole time and did not let that one go. Great play there by Raines.
Similar play the opposite side as the first quarter touchdown for Bulls. Fordham hauled it in but didn't have anywhere to go. So now 4th and 5. And again, we mentioned Drum, the quarterback, is also the punter. It looks like Matt Toblin is thinking about rolling the dice here.
It's still early in this game, in a 26-20 game. Got a lot of time left to play. You don't want to give the ball back to Raines, which has been moving the ball extremely well. They scored with their backup quarterback in last drive. I don't know if you take this risk right here if you're Matt.
It would be a very aggressive play.
Although you do have a 4th and 5. Raines has already jumped off sides one time in this game on this similar situation to give Bulls first down.
So Mac Hellman standing there, number 21. Yeah, it is the punt team that's out there. So Drum will look to punt it away, but don't be surprised they try to draw Raines offside here. There's the punt. And this one taken by Jamarcus Giscombe. And Giscombe will give Raines decent starting field position about the 33-yard line.
Been impressed tonight with Giscombe. He was a big player in that first drive. Seen him sparingly since then, but just one of the many versatile athletes here on Raines. The many weapons on Raines this year. We said it early in the broadcast, Cole. I think this is the most talented team at Raines since that championship team in 2018.
And the talent is pretty obvious when you look out there. It's all about having it come together and ironing out the little bobbles like this one. And it's picked up by Bulls. MJ Jenkins with a fumble recovery. So another unforced error for Raines gives Bulls great field position and a chance to take the lead here.
And We've talked ad nauseum about this tonight, Cole. The self-inflicted issues. You got a backup quarterback in there. The ball's wet. You just don't like to see this if you're Donovan Maslin. These things have tormented you through the years in this series. The unforced errors, the penalties at the wrong time, the turnovers at the wrong time. And Raines, for all metrics and purposes tonight, should be up in this game by 2 touchdowns. And right now you give the ball right back to Bulldogs, perfect scoring position. And you got to be kicking yourself right now.
Yeah, I think you might be underselling it by saying 2 touchdowns. It could be even more than that. At the issues on special teams and otherwise not cropped up. And Burrows in the backfield, and Raines going to want to talk things over here with 4:57 to play in the third quarter. Vikings call a timeout. Right now they're on the back foot, and Bulls trying to come back, take advantage of another mistake to take the lead here in the third quarter.
If you're Raines, you're Donovan Maslin, you're trying to steady your guys down. Things happen. You'd like to get TJ Cole back, but you got to play the hand you're dealt right now. Coaches say next man up. You got to do that, but you're Donovan Maslin. You tell the guys, we're still in this game. We're leading this game. Let's buckle down. We're right back in this game. We're not out of this game. Things are not turning sideways. You got to just keep composure. Right now is a good time to remind you that if you like high school sports, we've got you covered all over the place, including our Varsity 4 podcast. Andrew Sponge Franklin and I come to you every Tuesday and talk about mainly high school football, but some other good stuff too, volleyball and swimming and golf. But all that comes to you on Tuesday in our Varsity 4 podcast. You can find that on newsforjacks.com under the sports tab, or wherever your favorite podcasts are found. I always listen to it on Apple Podcasts. You may like getting it somewhere else.
Empty backfield for the moment. And now Ty Neal comes back next to Ethan Drum as the Bulldogs begin this drive. Looking deep, looking up top for Fordham. Little bit of contact, and there is the flag. Corbin Fordham got a little bit of a shove on him, and that is what drew the flag. You can see he's a little bit tender getting up there.
Almost a one-handed grab, reminded me of Davis Ellis a few years ago at Bolles with a one-handed grab in the end zone, but could not bring it in. Hopefully Corbin's okay. Looked like he was a little ginger coming up from that. I don't know if he came down hard in his back or not.
This looked like a play designed for this matchup the whole way. You see Fordham outside there at 6'4", had the substantial height advantage on Eddie Hinton at 5'9", and able to draw the defensive pass interference.
Donovan Maslin, you're preaching to your guys right now. Steady, steady, steady. We're still in this game. We've been in this situation before.
And I believe for the first time in this ball game, Grisbin and Neal both in the backfield together. And the two receivers up at the top of the screen.
To me, this is when Bolles has been the most effective, when both those guys are in the game.
Grisbin down inside the 9.
We did not see that combination as much as probably Bolles fans would have wanted last year due to Neal being a little bit banged up. But man, when Bolles has both these guys with the split backfield, they are so tough to defend.
We mentioned over 3,600 rushing yards between the two of them in their Bolles careers, and 38 rushing touchdowns. Grisbin with the hand down, lunged forward, close to a first down, needed to make it just to the 6. And I think this is going to be all about the spot. You take a look at Grisbin's run here. Following William Barricat's block up into the hole there. Barricat, the backup tight end, lacrosse player as well for the Bulldogs.
As the late great Corky Rogers says, the multi-sport athlete is what he loved to coach at Bolles. A lot of them on this team.
So first and goal now from the 5. Grisbin again to the 3, maybe the 2. Tackled by Hinton And a couple of other Vikings as well in the neighborhood. You have to think this is going to be a steady diet of running backs here for the Bulldogs.
You would think so, but we did see with Bolles' first score, the little
Brisbane in the
surprise play to Corbin Porter.
Yep, Brisbane in the Wildcat now. And and is absolutely leveled. Xander Edwards, the freshman, got waffled and loses a couple of yards.
Troy Butler came up and absolutely delivered the wallop here.
Came through clean.
Unblocked.
So it gets a little more interesting here. 3rd and goal from the 4. Drum back in. Grisman comes out. Neal remains in the ball game in the backfield. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers. 3rd and goal from the 4. Neal.
Nothing.
No, sir.
Nothing going. Raines defense tightening up.
Jatarius Brown, once again, the big fellow wearing number 0.
Man, that defense is getting tougher as this game goes on. Back-to-back plays by this line, and Raines is feeling it right now. Micah Merritt in there as well. Jatarius Brown, the big guy, 6'1", 260. He was the first contact.
And so Bolles will go for the field goal here with Langston Florence, the freshman kicker, on to try to make it a 3-point ball game. And the kick is good. So Raines has to feel pretty good about holding Bolles to just 3 there. The Vikings hold the lead 26-23. Late here in the 3rd, Matt Toblin's team unable to find the end zone there after the turnover.
That is a W for Donovan Maslin and Raines right there. To give the ball up that deep in your own territory. Bolles got a fresh set of downs inside the 5, and you hold them there. 2 huge defensive plays against that strong Bolles ground game. Good sign of things for Raines.
Once again, you don't have to be a college recruiting scout or a high school coach to recognize the talent on the field in this game. It is not just on one side of the football. It's not just on one side of the field. There's talent all over. One of the reasons why these 2 teams open up the season ranked in the top 4 in our area, and why both legitimately have state finals kind of aspirations.
I think it would probably be a disappointment for both of these teams internally if they did not at least get into that Final 4 and have a shot to compete. I mean, Raines, when I talked to Donovan Maslin, that's the expectation. At Bolles, it's the expectation every year, and I think these teams have the talent to get there.
Line drive, bounces off a Raines player, and the Bulldogs recover. I'm not sure if that was the intended play, but Langston Florence knocked it off a player, and then he recovered it himself.
I have seen so many Nice games when Craig Howard was coaching, and Matt Toblin was there too at the time as assistant, and they would start with these flub onside kicks, and I have seen them work so many times for Nice and Craig Howard.
It off a Vikings player, didn't actually get there. It went 10 yards and an inch.
What a play.
Wow. So, special teams once again.
Special teams again. It's a special night for that, and special teams certainly taking center stage here. Oh, looks like
I say it didn't go 10 yards. Oh boy. Well, take another look. Does this ball get past the 50 before Florence touches it? Ooh, looks like it did. Well, there have been a couple of very close calls. One went Raines' way here, previously with the running back's knee not appearing to be down. It went Bolles' way, so the breaks sometimes will level out over the course of time.
Couple final scores coming in. Trinity Christian, 21-18 win over Ed White. They'll play Bolles next week.
Here's a handoff up the middle, and off to the races for Raines is Bernard Brown. And that is a way to turn things around in a hurry. It appeared that the Bulldogs had recovered an onside kick. It was overturned, and then the next play, a big bust out for Bernard Brown III.
Raines' ground game was quiet in the first half, unless it was Timothy Cole carrying the ball. But second half, the battery of backs, and I think the threat of the long ball has really opened things up for this ground game. We got another cramp situation here on the field.
I would be surprised if this is the last one of these we see tonight. It's already claimed, at least temporarily, TJ Cole. And here, Troy Holloway being tended to. He was the player who made the tackle on the play.
Another final, our number 1 team, Mandarin, 57-13 over number 9 Creekside. So that's the first win for that senior class at Mandarin over the Creekside Knights. That's a big one for Mandarin. They were taking that one personal. Mandarin, the best team in the area, maybe the best team in the state.
There are, with hearing the talk from people around the Mandarin program, sometimes you'll have a team that might be very good, but they're a little cagey about it. Folks at Mandarin know how good they can be, and they have things loaded up for this year.
They are loaded. They are loaded. Trinity Christian, 21-18 over White. That's a pick I got wrong this week, so I'm sure I will hear about that one. Big one for Trinity Christian after a tough start with a young team in the Kickoff Classic. But a lot of scores starting to roll in, and you can catch those right now. That QR code on your screen, that'll take you to our Varsity 4 score page and everything in the area, including the 2 games I just talked about. You can find those there. A lot of good ones going on right now across our North Florida and South Georgia coverage regions.
Still attending to Troy Holloway, and Matt Toblin went over there to check on him, and he continues to say a few things to the officiating crew. He is certain that that was a wrong call on the onside kick, and our replay would probably back him up.
I would tend to say yes. The benefit of replay is pretty nice to have up here in our vantage point, but not something the officials have down there. But I do think that was probably the wrong call after watching that replay.
Here's Troy Holloway coming off the field, able to walk it off after those cramps. See Traylon Brown, number 6 there. Santana Starks, number 8. Couple of defensive backs for the Bulldogs talking over their strategy. With a minute 29 to play in the third quarter. Boy, just when you think you've figured out which direction this game is going in, it takes another turn.
And Raines is moving the ball. I mean, credit to that offensive line for opening holes after really nothing in that first half. They are moving the ball on the ground. Kadarius Washington having a heck of a game here in the second half for Raines.
There's TJ Cole back in the game after his injury issues, and he'll run it forward for a gain of about 6. So Cole back in the game.
Good to see him back in there, and anytime you see an injury in high school, I mean, a lot of these guys don't have extra years to play. These guys need to play and stay healthy, so good to see TJ back in there.
Inside a minute to play in the third. TJ Cole gives it to Bernard Brown, bangs his way forward inside the 15. Brown probably the strongest of the 3 running backs. Asbury's got some good pop as well as a downhill runner, but the combination of dynamic and strong is the way that Donovan Maslin described Bernard Brown, number 13. And we've seen Kadarius Washington, who's the speedy, shiftier runner. Well, they get a snap off here before the end of the third quarter. On 3rd and 5, and the offensive line jumps. Another unforced error for the Raines Vikings. So the quarter ends, and they'll head to the other end of the field. It will be a 3rd and 10 for Raines. In scoring position, up by 3 with a fourth quarter to come. Another good one between the Bulldogs and the Vikings. Raines and Bulls here in the opener. About what we thought from a score standpoint.
Yeah,
I think we could have predicted all the twists and turns.
Some twists and turns, and the cramps certainly changing things with TJ Cole going out and CJ Ennis going out, and kind of what you'd expect to see. A 26-23 game right now. You knew it'd be close. You knew it'd be high scoring. We're seeing just that. To me, special teams, the theme of this game, can make or break it, and we've seen it early on, and I think we're going to see it late into this game too, where you set up for a field goal or do you go for it on 4th down and scoring position. So I think Raines is going to be facing one of those questions here as they're deep in bowl scoring territory. You don't have the option, I think, at this point to trot out a kicker in a game like this.
Yeah, so the question would be, are you making that decision after a touchdown or on a 4th down in close here? Next week, we'll have a good one for you as well.
This is going to be another good one. Ponte Vedra, they're down right now to Nice, so they could be upset coming off that game. Bartram Trail up big against Sumner. It's like the Bears are going to be 1-0. Those two St. Johns County rivals collide in our Week 2 Varsity 4 game of the week. That's next Friday, 7 p.m. on News4Jax Plus and news4jax.com.
Third and 10 from the 19-yard line to start the fourth quarter for the Raines Vikings. Final 12 minutes of this one. And a 3-point game. I think coming off of this game, both teams are going to feel good about the opportunity to make improvements. Somebody's going to feel a little bit better about the outcome. For the end zone, one-handed catch made at the 1.
What a grab
catch by Adron Walker. Touchdown.
What a grab.
That is as good as you will see. Second touchdown of the game for Walker, and this one was style points.
We saw Naeem catch and do the toe drag. Adron Walker, I think, one-upped him right there. What a grab. The one-handed step into the end zone as well to cap it. Raines is taking control in this game.
Well, I can't wait for this replay. What a catch made by Adron Walker. It set off the sideline there for Raines. Take a look here. Watch this catch. With a player draped all over him. One-handed catch. Absolutely nothing Santana Starks could do about it. And they'll go for 2. And Bulls able to hold Raines out on the 2-point conversion. So it's a 9-point game, 32-23. But boy, what a catch by Adron Walker.
Wow, what a grab. Catch of the night, and I was going to say give that play of the night to Naeem Burrows, but I think Adron Walker just one-upped him there.
Well, if there's one thing we've learned about this game is don't make any conclusions too soon. This was a good one, though. This is the only thing he could have done to catch the ball. And able to
what a catch. What a catch.
Wow.
That's something he can put on his huddle highlight tape and pin it at the top. Wow, great catch there from Adron.
So now the question, does Bulls have enough on offense to overcome a 9-point deficit? One touchdown came via special teams for the Bulldogs on a blocked field goal and the return thereafter. Another coming on a great catch by Naeem Burrows that you mentioned. Here is Chase Collier trying to set up the return. Didn't handle it well. And it'll be a long field for the Bulldogs. All the momentum now wearing that Viking horn on the helmet.
You've got to appreciate what they've done. They had that adversity in the second half, and they have answered it. Right now, before we go to the next play, we've got a change in programming. So if you're watching our stream right now, right about 10 o'clock, we're going to switch our stream over to our other channel on newsforjacks.com, News for Jacks Plus. So if you're watching the stream now and you see our 10 o'clock news come on, do not fret. We still have this game on our station. You just have to scroll over on that app or on your newsforjacks.com browser, and you'll see this game switched over there. So if you see it and then you don't see it, don't fret. We're not leaving you hanging.
Why would you want to miss this one ending?
One I would not want to miss here.
No, sir. Ethan Drum at quarterback. Brisbane able to plow his way for 3, maybe 4. Brisbane's had a couple of runs in the 8-9 yard range, but he hasn't had a breakaway of any kind. He's been earning every yard.
It's hard. It's reminding me of the Cade Frew yardage, where not a lot of yards sometimes, but a lot of contact, and Emmett's fighting for all these yards tonight.
2nd and 6. Brisbane will lose yardage here. The mesh point had as many Vikings as it did Bulldogs.
When we talked to Donovan Maslin, he was confident as I've ever seen him about how he felt Raines would perform in this game. He did not miss a beat when we spoke to him yesterday. He was confident. He did not leave any leeway, any room for interpretation on what he thought his Vikings were going to come out and do. Yes, there were questions on his guys having not played together before. Yes, there were questions on the Bolles mystique, but he felt confident that his guys would be standing with their names on the right side of the scoreboard after this one.
And confident about the motivation as well. And now a timeout called by Raines. They had some personnel issues there. Didn't have players in the right place.
The kids are messing with it.
So we'll see if that becomes an issue later in the final quarter here, with the Bulldogs trying to overcome a 9-point deficit. Raines now down to 1 timeout with 10:29 to play. See the conversation going on there about where to be on the field. We mentioned the schedules for both of these teams. Very difficult. The next 3 games for Bulls, all on the road. Trinity Christian, St. Augustine, and Bishop Kenny. Big rivalry game there. Then 3 straight home games against Oakleaf, Baldwin, and Columbia. And then they'll go on the road to play Jackson, Riverside, and Wolfson in 3 consecutive weeks. So it's after this home opener, 3 away, 3 home, 3 away. Only 4 home games for the Bulldogs this year on the schedule.
Unusual, but those are things that happen when we're talking scheduling. So some teams don't even have a full 10-game schedule.
And for so many years, particularly under Corky Rogers, Bulls would have to travel to fill out their schedule. They would have to go to Hernando County or go down and play in Deerfield Beach or somewhere.
American Heritage.
I was on that bus coming back after the Sony Michel, Isaiah McKenzie team put up a big number on Bulls. But this year, all close to home. 3rd and 11. Drum to throw. Does not have time, and down he goes. Not enough time to find anybody downfield.
Cameron Washington collapsed that pocket and sacked Ethan Drum, and right now you're just seeing that dominance of the Raines line. Thought we'd see a little more offense from Bolles tonight, but Raines, give them credit every step of the way. They have answered, they have countered, they have gotten far stronger in the second half. Unbelievable showing, I think, up front for these Raines guys. Wow.
One of the things that's impressive is that when their starting quarterback went out with the cramps, they've sort of taken off from there. Now, Cole is back in the game, but that did not dissuade Raines from putting on a show here. Able to see the way through some murky waters. Drum able to get it off after a high snap. A short punt takes a Bulls bounce and rolls into Raines territory. Oh boy, there's another special teams benefit for Bulls on the friendly bounce down to the 49-yard line. But Raines in control right now, up by 9 with the football and looking very impressive.
I think they're getting stronger as this game wears on, and this is week 1. This is not something you're supposed to see in week 1, where this team, when you're battling the elements, the humidity elements, the cramp elements, guys that are getting their legs stretched out. This is not the type of performance you expect to see on August 23rd, week 1, from a team that has not played together. A lot of these guys haven't played together before, and Raines, to its credit, is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger as this game goes on.
Quick throw out to the left. Walker with the catch. Oh, beg your pardon, that's Caleb Lampkins with a catch out there. It'd be interesting to see how Donovan Maslin dials up the play calling here. Do you get aggressive with a passing game? Do you try to run some clock here? They've been able to throw it very effectively, short and intermediate, pretty much all game long.
Yeah, I think if you're Donovan, you're feeling good at this point. You do what's been working, and that's been running the ball this half. The offensive line, I think, of Bolles is getting stronger. I think of Raines is getting stronger, and Bolles, I think, is wearing down against these big guys.
Big Solomon Thomas up there, but he's not the only one doing work on that offensive line for the Vikings. They try to run it here, and not much room to operate. MJ Jenkins with the tackle. He was able to take down Curtis Asbury.
I think if you're Donovan and Raines, you want to make a statement here. We can play for 4 quarters. When the going gets tough, we can answer that bell, even if it's a place like Bowl, even if it's a place we haven't fared well at typically in the past. And I think they're doing that exceptionally well tonight.
Matt Toblin said he wants his guys to play against teams who look like Final Four teams. They want to play somebody who's getting them ready for Coco or Cardinal Gibbons, because that's who they need to beat. Well, he's getting it tonight. A little miscommunication on the handoff there. Cole dives forward. He put it in the belly of Asbury. Looked like Asbury wanted to take it. Cole wanted to keep it. And a loss of a yard.
Run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. I think that's worked for you so well if you're Raines in the second half that you got to keep doing that. You're getting the clock out of the way in the process too. And it's about that time where our broadcast is going to switch over to a different channel on our news4jacks.com and our Plus app. But don't think we left you. We still got this one going.
Again, out to the left for Walker, who is bumped out of bounds by Santana Starks. That'll bring up 3rd down and a long 4. Clock winding here. It's becoming an ally of the Vikings as every minute passes. Bulls looking for another big defensive play here on 3rd and 4. Bull is taking his time, letting the play clock wind down. Gets the snap off, throws left side, and Walker with another catch. Looked like he might have gotten a little shove in the back there. Able to make the catch for a 1st down, move the chains, keep the drive alive. Raines has been dominant here in the 4th quarter. Take another look at this catch by Walker. Another attempted one-hander. Bobbled a little bit, able to pull it in.
Raines just doing what it needs to do. Clock is running. They are in control. And I think this is Raines' game to lose right now.
Hit in the backfield. Andre Terrence makes the tackle for loss, as Asbury couldn't find any room. You do see when they're throwing the football, Justin, they're looking for these big receivers on Santana Starks at just 5'7". There's a mismatch of height. And Cole's just putting it up in the air, letting those guys go get it.
You know, and Raines doesn't have all the receivers. All Tim Cole's targets are not these big 6'2", 6'3" guys. He's got slot receivers that he's finding. He's got 5'10", 5'9" guys that he's getting the ball to as well. So they are doing a great job of finding those mismatches and hitting them.
Remarkably deep wide receiving core. Cole to throw to the end zone. Incomplete. He was trying to get it to Caleb Lampkins. C.J. Ennis, who had the interception in the end zone in the first half, about that same spot. They're on defense for Bulls. Almost had another one.
Almost had another one in the end zone.
Last year, Raines 10-2 before losing to Bulls in the regional semifinals. Bulls was 5-5 in the regular season, then went on a run in the playoffs. So again, the result of this game not necessarily going to make or break either one of these teams. The performance tells you an awful lot about what Raines has this year.
I think for Raines, more than any team right now, the performance tonight, working with a lot of new guys in the area, new quarterback. Oh,
the end zone, another interception. This time, Jalen Ross picks it off in the end zone. So another pick, another opportunity. What a night Ross has had. Knocked the ball away at the goal line, interception here, and had the blocked field goal return for a touchdown. And he just dropped right into that pocket and picked it off.
This could never be a game where we thought it was going to end like this, Cole. It's always something in this series.
Have we not learned our lesson yet? So 6:23 to play. Bulls down by 9. So it's a 2-score game. The running game, while it has been workmanlike, hasn't been explosive for any stretch of the imagination. Pass protection has been a little sketchy here in the second half as well, as Raines' defensive front has been able to get after it. So what does Matt Toblin do offensively here, needing 2 scores in less than 6.5 minutes?
I don't know right now if you feel too comfortable if you're Matt Toblin of doing that against this Raines defense, which has really controlled this second half. I think Raines has gotten stronger. These last couple drives have shown that, and it's really the Vikings' self-inflicted mistakes that have allowed this game to be as close as it is right now.
Bulls takes over after the interception in the end zone on their own 20-yard line. Drum, quick throw. And this is Ty Neal out of the backfield. Able to pick up 3. And gets the clock rolling. Bulls is going to need some bigger chunk plays if they're going to come back and make this a ball game.
You're not going to be able to cover this gap. Under 6 to go, 2-possession game. You got to get more than 4 or 5 yards.
Drum, another quick throw, tried to get it to Neal. Rushed it a bit, incomplete. Raines up on that defensive front, really getting after it. Cameron Washington, Jayon Simon, King Massey, Troy Butler. Seen Jatarius Brown in there.
Story of the game for me is this defensive, not so much the offensive line. We've heard a lot about Solomon Thomas and the guys blocking for Timothy Cole and the battalion of running backs for Raines. To me, it's this defensive front that has just been phenomenal. Been the story of the game for me.
3rd and 8 for Bulls. You would think probably 4 down territory here. Drum going deep, and this one is almost intercepted. Looking for Chase Collier on the streak. And now 4th and 8. Boy, that was that close.
That was nearly a highlight reel pick.
It was Deshaun Wanton in the secondary making the play for the Vikings. And now Drum lined up in what looks like a punting formation. And they're going to come after him. He punts it and takes a high bounce and goes sideways at the 50-yard line. So now you would absolutely think heavy diet of the run game from the Vikings.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. After 2 picks, including one in the end zone earlier in the game, and then I just don't see why you leave anything to chance. You've dominated Bolles defensively throughout this game. I don't think you leave anything for a fluke interception return or anything like that. Your offensive line is wearing these guys down. I think you just run the ball and get it over with.
It started out on the ground, and that is exactly what the Vikings would like to start this drive with. Tadarius Washington able to dash for another first down.
He has had a phenomenal game, all of it in the second half. He has done extremely well. 2 touchdowns for the Vikings on the ground in the second half. Great game for him.
The clock will be under 5 minutes before Timothy Cole takes a snap. Cole was out of the game for a bit with cramps, but returned. If you were judging on style points, it's a runaway for Raines. As you mentioned, mistakes, self-inflicted wounds really helped keep Bolles in this game. Washington dropped for a loss. Asher Godo involved once again, the freshman.
I think this is a rousing success for Donovan Maslin. Without the blocked field goal for 6, without the couple interceptions late, one late in the first half and another here, this is a dominant showing by Raines and Donovan Maslin.
Again, Cole will be very judicious in using the play clock here. He won't snap this one until about 4 minutes left in the ball game. Godo again makes a play in the backfield. That young man is certainly making the most of his first opportunity. Freshman
making the kind of plays tonight that he's made. Very, very strong start for Asher.
I was going to say, Jalen Ross probably the player of the game for the Bulldogs so far, but Godo not far behind. So with 3:56 to play, Bolles will talk things over here. 3rd and long. So if Raines runs and does not get the first down, Bolles would use the timeout again. And then they would have just one left after that. Probably want to use up as many of the timeouts for Bolles as possible if you're Raines.
Just very impressed by how Raines has been able to control this second half on the line. Make sure you stay tuned. At 10:30, we kick off our Varsity 4 pregame show. Not too long from now, we're going to catch highlights from this one and all games around the area. That's coming up to you in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, the Raines defense and TJ Cole have been the stars today. As an ensemble cast, the receivers for Raines have been terrific as well.
Yeah, TJ Cole has got to the offensive lineman buys the quarterback buys the OL guys watches or stuff. TJ's going to at least get his guys some drive-through McDonald's after the game to celebrate.
A cheeseburger's a good way to celebrate something like that, no doubt. And this one incomplete. Oh, they threw it, and Washington couldn't haul it in. So Bolles can save a timeout, and the punt team coming up. That was surprising. I figured for sure
you run the ball.
Would run the ball.
Run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. Don't give any opportunities for a late loss or something to slip away.
So even if he makes that catch, first down is a long shot. So the punt team comes on, and we'll see if Chase Collier, who's had the bulk of the big plays, when they've happened for Bulls on offense, can make something happen here. Naeem Burrows back as well to return. The punts away. And Burrows over near the sideline makes the catch, but is banged out of bounds at the 5-yard line. Down by 9 with 95 yards between the Bulldogs and pay dirt. And time is not on their side. 3:46 to play in the game. A 9-point Raines lead. Again, both coaches will be able to talk more about this in the future, but I think for both teams, some valuable lessons here in this opener.
Yeah, if you're Bulls, I don't know if you're going to face a defensive front like this until late in the playoffs. I know you play some tough opponents, but I just don't think you're going to see a team like this until you get to that state semifinal round or beyond. I mean, Raines is throwing all kinds of stuff at you. That girth, that quickness, that physicality, you don't get that in this area too often.
A lot of the top teams they'll play really offensive minded. St. Augustine comes right to mind. That's going to be a big game. And now penalty marker flies at the snap.
Part of the snap, delay game on the offense.
Delay on the Bulldogs, so half the distance. Looking down the line, Riverside's had some very good defenses through the years. Not sure they're going to have the kind of firepower that Raines has this season.
They got waxed tonight by Oakleaf, which is a little bit of a surprise for me tonight, 35-7. So a little bit of a tough start for Antoine Nicholas and the General. That's a game another game I predicted wrong.
Off to a heck of a start. Bold enough to make the picks, though.
Bold enough to make them.
Drum throwing and trying to get it right to Collier. It was a stride too long. So Collier, former Raines player, hearing it from some of his former teammates on that side.
Plenty to talk about for Raines too. If you're going to win and you're going to chirp, I think a performance like this gives you a little bit of leeway to do that.
Basically 97 yards in the next couple of minutes, or this one is going to be in the books. A long field facing Ethan Drum, the senior quarterback, Georgia State commit at QB. Be heading to Atlanta. Quick throw out to the left. Brisbane finds a couple of yards. But you can just see that there's not a lot of faith in the ability to hold out this Raines defensive front.
No, you need these chunk plays. Raines is sitting back there knowing that it's what's coming, and I just don't think there's much hope for Bolles at this point, barring something just pretty outlandish.
It has been an impressive opening performance for Raines, and a lot of good to build on for Bolles, but boy, this has been a pretty convincing 9-point game to this point. Tried to get it to Fordham across the middle, and it's knocked away by Tony Williams, who's been all over the field today. So, 4th down and 97, basically.
Tony, a great game. First game with Raines, he was a big guy last year at Ed White and came over to join this good Vikings team. You see how they're using him tonight. He's a linebacker, but he is so good that you're going to see him running the ball. He's had the 2-point conversion tries and stuff, and I think we may see him pretty often.
Drum's going to punt it here with 3:25 to play. Just had to get it out of there to have any kind of shot, and now all that Bolles really has is a wing and a prayer. Has to hope for a calamitous kind of error for Raines. And again, you would think nothing but handoffs the rest of the way, but we've thought that before.
We've thought that the last drive, and that's not what happened.
Curtis Asbury coming in at the running back position. A strong downhill runner. Figure that's the kind of guy you want to give the ball to in this situation. And Cole will keep it and then slide down after a gain of 1.5 yards. Bolles will not spend the timeout just yet. Might save it for second down. You stop him on second and third, and then the punt. That's about the only open dream right now for the Bulldogs.
Strange things have happened in this series, Cole.
Seem to every game. Up the middle, once again Asbury. Gang tackled by the Bulldogs. Holloway back in the ball game. In there along with Chance Fauchot. And again, Raines will let the play clock wind down on 3rd and 9. Bulldogs not using a timeout just yet.
We're going to have to hope for something kind of wonky here to have any sort of shot.
Clock will be around 1:45 by the time Cole calls for the snap. He will hand it off. Bernard Brown runs to the middle of the field. And there is the Bulls timeout. So 4th down, punt coming up, you would think.
We've got a lot more to talk about tonight. After our high school football coverage, you can join us for our Jaguars and Teal the show. That's coming up tonight. We'll talk about the Jaguars' 31-0 win over the Falcons. Jamal St. Cyr, Alessandra Pontryan, and I will talk about Jaguars and some big roster decisions that are looming.
And quite a start to the high school football season here tonight. Again, next week it'll be Ponte Vedra at Bartram Trail. If we have as many twists and turns in that one, I don't think anybody will complain about it. It's been a fun one.
Been a fun one. But none of the injuries we've seen were serious. The guy's been able to return. We've seen a good football game too.
Here's Eddie Hinton in punt formation. Bulldogs, you would think, would come after him here, and Raines is going to call a timeout to make sure all the blocking assignments are set. As you mentioned, special teams has been pretty dramatically in favor of Bolles in this game. And you would think if they're going to have any kind of shot, they'd have to have a big special teams play here.
You got to. You got to.
A block or a big return. See Todd Fordham there on the left in the blue, well, the biggest guy, former Jaguar and Seminole, with his son.
You know, we've been doing this a long time, Cole, and we've covered guys like Todd Fordham and their professional careers. He played at Florida State and played with the Jaguars, and now he retired and got kids in college, and last one coming up through the system.
Saw D. Brown on the sideline there. It's his birthday today, assistant coach for Bolles. There's movement at the snap. So they'll move back 5 yards and do it again. Bulldogs will have another chance to try to release the Hounds and block a kick. Wouldn't say this is a surprise result by any stretch of the imagination. We knew how good Raines could be, how good Bolles could be. What's the biggest surprise for you today in the high school ranks?
I think Oakleaf taking it to Riverside 35-7. A little bit of a surprise for me.
Here, and there is another special teams gaffe. Bulls will have the football around the 30-yard line after the high snap on the punt.
Just when you thought it was over.
Well, here we go. It's an airmailed snap. Hinton able to get a hand on it. And Bolles has a shimmer of hope.
A shimmer.
Not quite a glimmer, just a shimmer. And there is a Bolles player down on the ground. Looks like C.J. Ennis. It is. Yeah, again, for Bolles to come back here, they need any kind of score here quickly. But
right.
I think that if it took to the point where you're kicking a field goal, the clock would probably not be in your favor. So
right.
Quick touchdown, onside kick, couple of plays, getting a field goal range potentially for a freshman kicker, or try to get the second touchdown. You saw Daniel Olanuga getting back to the punter there. Here's Drum throwing, some contact. Corbin Fordham asking for pass interference. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. We're looking for Fordham. It looked like he was coming open. There was a little contact. Now Fordham turns and says something to Tony Williams. Second down for the Bulldogs. 1:24 to play. Now there's a little bit of a conversation once again. There has been a penalty flag thrown. This conversation may be about whether it's illegal contact or pass interference. Nope, unsportsmanlike on Bolles. Well, we could see the face that Corbin Fordham was making, and he wasn't exactly going after him.
He was not happy, but I don't know what he said there.
Yeah, it may be a magic word, who knows? But it's going to cost the Bulldogs nonetheless. Time is on Raines' side. Take another look here. So, well, we're not going to be able to stay with it the whole way. Nonetheless, Drum going to have to air it out.
And that defense again.
The ball. And
the defense again from Raines. Just that pressure. So strong. And if you're Donovan Maslin, the performance from your guys tonight, week one game, not a lot of time playing together, and they have just gotten stronger and stronger and stronger as this game has gone on against a nemesis that has kind of had your number.
This has been a very impressive performance from Raines. Now, another conversation with the officials. There was a penalty marker thrown. You can see him handed it back. I don't know if it's a sideline warning again. They had one of those early in the game. It's the first game of the season for everybody.
Zebras included.
Tristan, are you aware of the post-game interview we're doing? Are you aware of the post-game interview we're doing?
Unsportsmanlike on Raines. There's been a whole lot of conversation.
A lot of talking.
And the ball's going to wind back up where it was before. This rivalry, again, I think it's a unique rivalry in our area because of the differences in the schools, the neighborhoods, and because they've been such successful programs and so much has been on the line when they've played. It's developed unlike anything else. It's not a Bartram Creekside, Battle of Longleaf Pine situation. It's not a Raines Ribault neighborhood situation or a Ponte Vedra Nice. I'm not sure I can think of another rivalry that's like that in our area.
Yeah, it's so difficult. So difficult.
Drum throwing. Fordham was out there. Couldn't connect with him. Now third down. See the frustration on Fordham's body language.
Not a good night passing for this Bolles offense.
No, and it's just been, I would say, workmanlike in terms of the running game.
Yeah, and credit to Raines for that. I think they are just overwhelming Bolles and making everything tough. Even throws where Ethan Drum has had a receiver in line, he's overthrown them because that pressure has been so stiff in his face tonight.
All right, now fourth down. Last chance for Bolles to try to keep something going. They need a first down. Line to make is the 31. Drum pressured again. Tries to get away. Going to run it himself. Has the first down. Then slides down at the 23. So that shimmering glimmer of hope.
It's shimmering still.
It's just barely shimmering. Drum here just running for his life. Saw the pressure there from Micah Merritt coming from a linebacker position. Guys up front getting the job done for Raines as well. Now Drum coming over to the sideline. Might have taken a hit there at the end. And if Drum can't go, you've got a freshman, Luke Tolan, who, boy, you don't want to throw him in against this defense. Oh, I beg your pardon. Short of the first down. That's why he's coming to the sideline. Needed to make the 21. And, well, let's see. Victory formation now for Raines. They'll sit on it a couple of times, and that'll be it. For the first time in 9 years, the Raines Vikings beat the Bolles Bulldogs in what has been a terrific start to the high school football season. An impressive performance. The defensive front for Raines, the quarterbacking of Timothy Cole, all very impressive as the Vikings can kneel on it one more time, and that should do it. 32-23, Raines the victor. In the opening week of the high school football season, the Vikings will celebrate on the Bulldogs logo in the middle of the field. Their first win in 9 years against the Bulldogs, and it serves notice to the area that the Vikings are certainly to be contended with this year. Very impressive performance. And the Vikings are making a meal out of this celebration. This game had everything. Twists and turns, runs, passes, Big plays by the defense. Big plays by the special teams. And in the end, it finishes with a Raines celebration. Vikings win it 32-23 over the Bulldogs. For Justin Varney, I'm Cole Pepper. Thanks so much for watching our high school football game of the week.